for Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Nzimande, the Deputy Minister, Ms. Dibuti Manamela, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Ms. Nompendulo Mkachwa, the Director General for the DHET, Dr. Sishi, the Deputy Directors General, the Chairpersons of Councils, if they are in attendance, the regional managers and senior managers within the department, the office bearers of the South African Public Colleges Organization and NEC members, the principals of colleges, both CET and TVET colleges, the TVET CGC representatives, SAFETSA, the SETA CEOs, business and industry leaders, our managers across colleges, the honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol is observed. Minister, we are standing here to thank you. It is the same minister that brought life to the TVET colleges sector. As principals, yes, go ahead. As principals of TVET colleges, one day as we woke up, we were swamped with multitudes of young people knocking at our doors for access to higher education. And it is the same minister that resuscitated the TVET colleges for them to find a position and recognition in the skills development sector. We are standing here today, Minister, firmly believing that you believe in us. During the third International Congress on TVET in Shanghai in 2012, it was concluded that scaling up existing models of TVET provision to include more young people and adults, it's not the solution to the challenges facing skills development, but rather it necessitates a paradigm shift that includes active involvement of relevant stakeholders, such as business and industry, in our college provision. There is therefore a widespread consensus amongst us as TVET college principals that it is necessary for us to form partnerships with various stakeholders to ensure responsiveness of our program offerings to local community and also to address the needs of the labor market. The most common reason advanced for partnership is to ensure successful labor market outcomes by ensuring quick absorption of our graduates into the workplace. The networking, collaboration, and partnerships offer clear opportunities for generating new streams of income for colleges. It also provides opportunities to generate new sets of knowledge and capabilities which add to the competitive positioning of those involved, like TVET colleges. Successful partnering is related to the ability to respond to the needs for change, continuous learning, and innovation. Yes, we have in our performance agreements a key responsibility area that defines the intention to have colleges as centers of innovation and partnership and inputting into economic vibrancy of this country. Local TVET colleges and stakeholders, such as companies, the SETAs, the business chambers, local authorities, social partners, social groups, are jointly should be able to better identify and anticipate skills and deliver according to the local expectations of both students and business and industry. Local partnerships would thus boost student internship opportunities and labor market entry and foster appropriate skilling of the workplace, hence the anchoring the attractiveness of TVET colleges to both students and employers. We therefore commit ourselves as SACPO that colleges should be rooted as community life centers and serving communities' regional, national, and international labor market needs. They should be primarily, not exclusively, provide education and training to members of their own and neighboring communities only, and develop skills for the local industry, commerce, and public institutions. They should constantly strive to be seen by their communities as providers of skills that offer a route out of poverty and that promotes personal or collective advancement. They should also be seen as institutions that can assist communities to meet some of their cultural and social needs. We pledge our utmost support to the department for the creation of these sustainable and meaningful partnerships with business and industry and various stakeholders. We are grateful for this opportunity. We feel strengthened and highly recognized. We wish the entire sector fruitful deliberations and a successful summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I've just come to know that this is the professor who will soon be joining the ranks as indicated by the body that she represents. Can you please give her a round of applause? The next person is going to be Mr. Sanele Zondi, representing TVET CGC. Nonda.
Program Director, let me also take the opportunity to apologize on behalf of our President, Mr. Thembiso Khanyile, who could not be here today, as a result of the challenges that we're having with the flights in and out of the smaller towns, such as East London. Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Blade Zimande, Honorable Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Mr. Bhuti Manamela, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Nompendulo Mkachwa, DG Dr. Sishi, DG Dr. Mjwaka, all DDGs and senior managers, and all departmental staff from both the Departments of Higher Education and Training and Science and Innovation. The entire leadership of the TVET College Governors Council, as led by our President, Mr. Thembiso Khanyile in absentia, and all NEC members present here this morning. The entire leadership of SACPO, as led by Mayor Putsitsi and her entire collective. The entire leadership of SAVETSA, as led by Mr. Sipiwe Kumalo, all SETA CEOs, all SETA CEOs and SETA chairpersons present this morning, all college principals and council chairpersons present this morning, business and industry leaders, media, distinguished guests and friends, allow me to say all protocol observed. Minister, we thank you for your decisive leadership and continuous and unrelenting support over the years. As the TVET CGC, we are elated at the opportunity of giving a message of support to this august summit on strategic industry partnerships. Such a summit, Minister, is most welcome as it brings all sector stakeholders under one roof to discuss how to better align our college programs with the requirements of industry. Our programs, as we all know, have to be responsive to the needs of the economy to increase the absorption rate of our students and also to equip our students with the skills they need to start their own businesses. There's an urgent need for partnerships between TVET colleges and industry to be developed within a clearly defined regulatory framework that sets out the operational parameters. Thus, the development of TVET college partnerships should not proceed in the absence of a clear set of legislative and regulatory arrangements. The future of this country relies on producing the right set of intermediary skills into the economy. And this is in line, colleagues, with what Minister Nzimande has articulated over a concerted period of time. In fact, the NDP, together with the economic recovery plan and the district development model that both President Ramaphosa and Minister Nzimande speak about quite regularly, place TVET colleges at the center of the recovery of the economy. For the district development model, colleagues, to have the desired impact in the local economy and the broader economy at large, colleges in partnership with industry need to conduct some sort of an analysis as part of their strat planning process to identify the immediate opportunities that exist in the locality where a college is located, and then align its program offerings with those opportunities. Our college lecturers have to spend time in industry over a stipulated period of time so that they too are reskilled and upskilled. They get to know the skills that are needed by the industry. They get to familiarize themselves with the equipment and the technology that is used by industry. And these colleagues would ensure that there's a continuous alignment between our colleges and industry. Such colleagues should not be on an ad hoc basis. There should be MOUs between our TVET colleges and industry that speak to precisely that which I've said above. Minister, I must say a few weeks ago, Minister, I was part of a delegation that visited Kenya. Amongst the many institutions within the higher education and training sector in Kenya, we visited TVET, which is the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Authority of Kenya, which oversees all TVET colleges in Kenya. TVET, Minister, runs the Kenya Technical Trainers College, which since 2020 trains the trainers and the lecturers of TVET colleges, and then upon qualifying, transfers them to the different colleges across the length and breadth of Kenya. I was happy when I listened to DDG Zungu. I think he raised a similar thing. We need a similar intervention, Minister, in South Africa. And this must be done and partially funded by industry, in our view, as the TVET CGC, so that industry can take ownership of skills production in South Africa, and so is to ensure that there's a continuous alignment between industry and our TVET system. Minister, and colleagues, through our capacity building interventions to instill confidence in our colleges, more and more colleges have achieved unqualified audits and clean audits. We implemented, Minister, some of these interventions in partnership with the likes of PSET and the services CETA, where we traversed the length and breadth of South Africa training colleges. The overall strategic purpose of these interventions was and still is to make our colleges attractive to industry. So there's an alignment. The capacity building program, for an example, that we did with PSET was aimed at improving the audit outcomes of all 50 public TVET colleges, as raised by the AG in successive audit reports. Our partnership with the services CETA was to implement a skills development readiness audit whose purpose was to determine the readiness, alignment, and positioning of the TVET sector to the national skills development landscape and the socio-economic development policy direction of South Africa, and equally assess the challenges in relation to the provisioning of skills development programs in our colleges. Honorable Minister, in aligning with not only CETAs but the industry as a whole, we have also recently, as the TVET CGC, signed additional MOUs with PSET and CTICC, and we hope these MOUs will also have a meaningful impact in our colleges. In conclusion, I wish to take this opportunity on behalf of the TVET College Governors Council to wish all of you a very successful summit, and we hope the outcome will reverberate throughout the sector and the country as a whole. I thank you.
Sibonge Nondaba. Can you please give him a round of applause? Thank you. Okay, I've got the following announcement. Please, there are those that are sitting next to them. They put the bags on the chairs. Please remove those, kindly remove the chairs so that they can see which seats are available for the people that are still standing outside to be able to sit. And there is also an invite to the gala evening tonight. You are all invited, and I'm sure you've heard about the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But I've asked some CFOs that, what if there are fruits in the dinner? Is it still fruitless? And I'm going to request Bab Kumar, Mr. Spiwe Kumar, to come and talk on behalf of the SATVETSA. Don't ask me to repeat it.
No, ngiyabulela, Program Director.
And all protocol have been observed.
It's sad fate. Program Director, you know, I'm one person who does not want to defy the issue of dress code. So I want to make it clear that I was not informed of the dress code. That is why I'm wearing a suit and a tie instead of wearing the regala of those skills we produce in the sector, so that I'm able to wear like artisans that we produce in this particular sector. Program Director, allow me to greet the Honorable Minister, Dr. Blade Zimande, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and allow me to equally congratulate him in his recent election as the chairperson of SACP. And we are pleased, Minister, that you always remain and you always triumph whenever you meet that counter-revolutionary fellow who almost collapsed our sector. Allow me to greet the Deputy Minister of Science, of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Mr. Puti Manamela, to greet the portfolio chairperson who has great love for the TVET sector, Menom Pendulo Mkwatwa, to greet the Director General, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, who's also biased to the TVET sector and has a great love for the TVET sector. Allow me to greet the DDGs present. I've seen DDG Nomvalo, I've seen DDG Singh, but I've equally seen DDG Mr. Samuel Zungu, who's the father of the TVET branch and who has great innovative ideas for the sector. Allow me to greet and acknowledge the leadership of SABCO, as led by Prof. Mputisi as the president, and the TG Mezoto Ariete that are present here. Mputisi, I think it's the second time we're meeting because we're on the road traveling, because even yourself, you understand the transformation that the sector is taking, and whenever there's involvement where the future of students is going to be debated and discussed, we are always there to ensure that there is progress in that regard. I've also seen the former president of SABCO, Ubabu Sanede Mlotshwa. We had a conversation with him yesterday that because I'm due as well in 3 weeks' time for conference, that the power is moving away from Majuwa, but at least we've given the country the best that we could offer. Allow me to greet and acknowledge the leadership of CTICC, both the CEOs and chairperson. Greet the leadership of NSFAS, as led by Mr. Andy Lenokongo. Greet the leadership of TVET, as led by Mr. Sanele Zondi. Greet the leadership of Higher Health, as led by Prof. Ramnik Aluwali, who assisted us gravely to navigate our way out through COVID-19, and who's also assisting us to navigate through this particular pandemic of gender-based violence. Allow me to acknowledge and greet unions that are present, organized black businesses, industry partners, SMMEs, delegation from the Department of Higher Education, and delegation from our respective colleges, program director. Allow me to say all protocol observed. Minister, we are here today to mark this particular great initiative. This particular initiative, Minister, must not be mistaken as an accident in history. But this should be noted and acknowledged that this comes as a great effort and collaboration in between the Ministerial, the Department of Higher Education, the SABCO, the TVET, and SAFETA in working together and sharing a vision that is going to transform this particular sector. Perhaps this is once in a lifetime, Minister, that all these particular stakeholders were able to sit around the table and agree on this particular vision, that it is high time that we aligned our TVET colleges directly with industries and CETA so that our students are able to be placed in a place of work. We are here, Honorable Minister, to ensure that we are not only concerned about access of students in our institution, but we are equally concerned about the success of students within those particular institutions. Because when we make an assertion that the students that are entering our institution are those who come from low-income background or no income at all, it means we have the responsibility to ensure that when these students exit our system, they are able to go back and contribute economically in the well-being of their home and society at large. We are here, Honorable Minister, to ensure that we strengthen partnership and placement of students in our TVET colleges, because we've said our TVET colleges must be placed in the center of transformation and development of this particular country and contribute meaningfully in the economic mainstream. We are here to encourage and plead with the industry partnership to say, let us be able to find ways of how do we partner with TVET colleges and how do we place students. But more than that, how do these particular industries play a mentorship role for our students who want to be entrepreneurs with their skills? Because the skills we offer, it's either you can go and line up for labor, or you can be able to be an entrepreneurship yourself and be able to hire your peers. We are here to plead with the industry partnership that not only are we seeking for you to place our student, but we are seeking for you to be able to play a meaningful role in developing infrastructure and equipment in our TVET colleges. Because we no longer want the case where the infrastructure and the equipment that is used in our TVET colleges is old and redundant, and our TVET students, when they enter into a working environment, they are exposed to a new equipment and infrastructure that they were never exposed to, and they are unable to compete with that particular infrastructure and equipment. We are inviting all industry partnership to be able to upgrade and develop our equipment and infrastructure in our TVET colleges so that it meets the standard of the one that is being used in the working environment. We are here to create a pathway in introducing skills to society. We've always held the view that TVET colleges are a microcosm of society. In as much as our institutions being there in a society, it's a development on its own. But we believe that we have a much bigger role to play as TVET colleges in developing the communities that are surrounding our TVET colleges. Which means with this industry partnership, SMMEs, we have a role of saying how do we then contribute to developing the society and introducing our skills to that particular society. We understand that the society our TVET colleges and campuses are placed on, there are households that are badly constructed, there are houses that are badly constructed, houses that are badly wired, there are lack of plumbing, the community is suffering from potholes within the road, but we have skills that we are offering in the sector. The only way we do practical is to construct and disconstruct within campuses. We wire and unwire within campuses. That no longer should happen. For our students, when they want to do practicals, we need to partner with these industries and go to the community, build and develop our communities with the skills we are having in the sector, because these skills must be known to society, these skills must be embraced by society. But that will not happen in the absence of partnership with these particular industries. Honorable Minister, DG and TDG, we need to be able to develop a responsive curriculum that will ensure that it speaks to the demands of the industries. Because we can no longer force the industry to accept our students while we do not understand their demands as industries. We do not understand the skills that they need in their industry or their companies. It's time that we sit around the table, we discuss, we reform a curriculum that is responsive to industry so that we know that the industries are able to take our students because their skills are able to find expression within their industry. We need to equally accredit and develop SMMEs because SMMEs have a much bigger role and space to be able to absorb our students. SMMEs have a potential of expanding with our students because we understand that the big corporate companies, most of them no longer have space for expansion. They can only take our students for apprentices, they can take them for in-service training, but not for permanent work. But the moment we invest, accredit in SMMEs, they'll have space for expansion where our students are going to get permanent work and they expand with that particular company. We need to have a direct alignment in between our TVET college courses, our industry partnership and CTICC, so that we know that each and every course that is being taught in a TVET college is equally aligned with the CTICC and is equally aligned with the industry partnership, such that our students, as soon as they complete, they are able to find placement and they are able to work to better their life. Program Director, we should be able to work in meeting the commitment that was made by the President of the country, where he said 10,000 TVET college students from the month of April 22 should be placed in the workplace. But you understand, Honorable Minister, that through your commitment, we've agreed that 10,000 is too minimal for our TVET students to be placed. And you've committed that you are going to place from 15,000 going upward of TVET students so that they are placed in this academic year. This is one of the commitments that we are making, and this is the pledges that should be made, that the target we are chasing, we are not chasing 10,000, we are chasing 15,000 and above, because our TVET graduates are waiting for employment. But this particular relationship, Minister, should not be an abusive relation. That is why I was saying we understand the issue of aligning our curriculum with the demand of the industry. We don't need our students when they go for placement in these industries. They are not getting the necessary skills development. The only thing they are subjected to is to make coffee and print papers and do photocopies. That should not be the case. Our students should be taken serious. When we send students for in-service training, when we send students for development internship, they should be assisted in performing the required work that is aligned to their skills. Not that make them to do copies and so forth. Honorable Minister, we must be able to say, while we understand the desperation of our students to get this particular in-service training, we must not then take them for granted in making them do things that are not aligned to their particular skills. Lastly, Honorable Minister, let us be able to work hand in glove with the sitters, with the industry partners, to ensure that we are able to find placement and we are able to develop the TVET student holistically for the future so that they are able to perform better in the economic mainstream. The South African Technical Vocational Education and Training Student Association wished this particular summit a successful summit that is full of ideas, that is going to shape the future of the TVET, that is going to ensure that the TVET students are able to get the placement, they are able to get permanent work, and they are able to get the skills that are required by industry. With that being said, may God bless the TVET sector and its children. Thank you very much.
Asibonge Mashoban. Thank you very much. Can you give him a round of applause? All right, so he touched on several issues and which I'm not going to ruin, but what did come out is that the partnership with industry should be the one that seeks to value the national assets, which are our humans and our TVET students, to enable the transition. I was talking to Mr. Zungu earlier on about our experience of being introduced to a computer. He got into the system when he needed to learn the F functions. I got into the system when you had to start the computer with the start disk, and then once it's running, then you remove it, you put the program disk for it to function. And then I was brought in to assist in the early days. Some of you might know the old man called Ganda Ongena Steering Masema Respect. So we were brought in as this young generation to teach the older men who were going into parliament how to do the computer, operate the computer. I remember this day when you were saying click top right. He literally took the mouse and clicked the top right. So the next speakers come from organized labor. May I please request that when you come up, the protocol has been observed in between the Viva and Amandla. I appreciate if you come up and then you just go straight to the topic. I don't have names, but I have labor unions. I'm told that they know who they are. And I'm trying to look in the room. I don't see any. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, gone. I would also, the next part is I will swap this around by the powers vested in me. I would like to get Mr. Paulos Mahlangu from SAFESA to come address us. Mr. Mahlangu, the podium is yours. Please give him a round of applause.
Good day, Program Director. As Program Director has advised, all protocol has been observed. Today, it's an honor to stand in front of you and as part of this summit. I represent an organization called the Steel and Engineering Industries Federation of Southern Africa, which is CIFSA. CIFSA has, since 2017, formed a strategic partnership with the TVET College through a project called the Centers of Specialization. The program or project was launched by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Blade Nzimande. I stand here proud today to actually say some of the learners that have been enrolled in the first intake have qualified, have trade tested, and are employed by companies. We have recently graduated learners from the Northlink TVET College, and as witnessed by Mr. Brian Pique, out of the 32, I think 28 of those apprentices, which are now artisans, are employed. We have been relentlessly working with the Department of Higher Education, with the different colleges. In the 13 priority trades, we are in charge of project managing 9 of those trades. What we had seek to do when running the Centers of Specialization was to create an artisan of the 21st century. And I think we stand here proud saying we have done exactly that. I often get asked by other colleagues in industry, and the question is as follows. If you are making colleges so good in actually producing artisans, are you not worried as CIFSA, as you have your own training center, which was launched by the DDG Mvalo last week, are you not worried that you are out competing yourself? My answer is always simple. I said South Africa is in such dire need of critical skills, but we also need to specialize so that we don't outsource everything to the countries outside. I see colleagues today that are sitting in front here, Ms. Mukhadi. We had at some point set up what we call the Gandhi Mandela Center of Specialization in partnership with the government of India. That project was done at Swane South TVET College. Today, I'm glad to report, and they reported to me last night, that our facilitators are currently being developed in India. Because part of it is we said in the MOU between the government of South Africa and the government of India is that we're not going to accept that equipment will be brought in and our people are not developed. We believe firmly in the transfer of skills and expertise. As CIFSA, one of the big things that we're currently doing, and I'm glad that the previous speakers are saying this should happen, we are strategically forging out of Centers of Specialization partnerships with TVET colleges. We had started with Sekhukhune TVET College this year. We have Swane South TVET College as well. So there are separate MOUs with CIFSA and the actual TVET colleges. In these MOUs, we seek to achieve to develop facilitators, lecturers in terms of development, upgrading of the workshops, ensure that our retired engineers, our retired artisans transfer skills to the TVET college facilitators and lecturers. The reason for that is that we as industry, we do not want to be stuck in a process where we get the caliber coming from TVET colleges at a low level. We want to get the caliber coming out at a certain standard, a standard of an artisan, so that we can quickly accelerate to your master artisans and your project managers and your superintendents. We also are looking at starting a new GCC program, which is a government certificate program, certificate of competency. And if you look at a career path of an artisan, is most of the GCC engineers are coming from the TVET college. So the notion of saying that TVET colleges are not capable of achieving the same standard as a caliber of a university is unfounded. I sit here standing proud today to say we recruit predominantly from the TVET college for our companies. We have companies sitting that are currently doing shutdowns where we recruited probably about 20 out of the 44 technicians out of the TVET college in Gertsibande. We also, so I'd also like to say the framework and the policies that exist in South Africa are great. We understand them, they are easily implementable. We work along with CETAs, we work along with colleges. At Southwest TVET College, through Mr. Munyamane, we had forged a partnership. We have taken interns as well as interns that have a learning disability. Excuse me, not a learning disability, interns that are actually blind. That has now pushed us to actually work with Blind SA. Blind SA is currently requesting that we assist them with creating assistive device for blind people. Now, if you well exposed within the TVET sector, you will understand that some of the TVET colleges that we have today have high-end niche equipment. What do I mean by that? I mean, we have CNC machines, we also have robotics, we also have 3D printers. Some of these assistive devices that have been requested by Blind SA can actually be done in the TVET college. We have taken samples of those devices. We will then be further engaging with SWGC as well as CTICC. As I was there this Monday, I have seen their Center for Entrepreneurship, and I must say it is really exceptional and it's really out of this world. Well done, Mr. Kekane and your team. CIFSA has over 1,500 company members across South Africa. We often find it challenging when our company members are requesting from Eastern Cape, from Kokstad, from the different areas within South Africa. It is our vision to actually have a footprint through the infrastructure of the TVET College to be represented across South Africa. Mr. Mvalo first witnessed our training center being exceptional as it is. We would like to actually partner with TVET colleges across South Africa in achieving the same exceptional level which we have created in Gauteng. In conclusion, I'd like to say the framework that has currently been created, that currently exists, is a working framework. We have taken this framework, we are working with colleges. Some colleges are working faster. Mr. Munyaman has partnered with us. We've got Maluti TVET College partnering with us. We have Tshwane. We would like to see more TVET colleges, in particular TVET colleges within the Eastern Cape, as there is a dire need for skills development in the area. I thank you.
All right, no, thank you very much. And thank you for managing your time there. Give him a round of applause. Okay, the next speaker makes me take my hat off is the Member of Parliament, Honorable Jane Mananiso, who's coming to speak on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. Can I please, okay, I was told that she is here. All right. Oh, so much for my head. Okay. In the absence of that, I would then like to welcome Miss Simnikiwe Bilikwa, who's going to give us a poem. Please put your hands together for the dynamite. All right, now I think I need, they're gonna bring something here for, yeah, because she is very tall.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simnikiwe Bilikwa, and I'm 19 years old. I'm from Northland College. And I was asked to perform a poem on GBV. Thank you. Dear Father, dear Lord, the strength you promised me, the strength you promised to give me on Matthew chapter 11, verse 28 isn't enough anymore. The heavy feeling of fear and emptiness fills my heart. Though I kneel down and call upon your name, it doesn't make any difference anymore. Dear Father, if this is your will, then your will is killing me. Tell me, Lord, what is justice when our fellow leaders fail to protect us? How many times must we protest for our womanhood? Is it our destiny to die in the hands of men? I can imagine my sisters crying, pleading for their lives each time I see a victim's face on the television or newspapers. It haunts me down that I no longer trust a man anymore. No mother wants to send off their children to marriage anymore. They encourage them to study further. You know why? It's because today we are also killed by men who claim to love us. We are hunted down like animals. How cold are you men? How heartless are you men? How many times must we walk without looking back? Fear. Fear, that's the new culture that you've introduced us into. They say justice is blind, and I say justice is bought. They kill us and buy off their freedom. What about the blood of the innocent? Who must we trust when our fathers kill us without voicing out? Our police officers are ganging up with our murderers for our defeat. Corruption. There is corruption even in death. Hey, you officer. Yes, you. You vow to protect us and you are killing us in silence. What is justice when our fellow leaders focus on their riches and forget about us? Mercy. Mercy us men for being women. And to all women around, let's forgive ourselves for giving birth and breastfeeding our killers. They kill us, serve 10 years and come back to finish us off. And Lord, that's the routine. And there's no change, meaning nothing is done about it. Dear Father, if this is your will, then your will is killing us. It puzzles my mind that you will call me inferior. It puzzles my mind that you will call me loose when you can control your eager and lust to be in control over me. You call me inferior because you killing us is a norm. You rape to show power over us, but let me remind you something. We birth you men. Stop treating us like some charity that cannot survive with no security. This is my body. All of this belongs to me, and I get to decide who touches it. Not you, but me. Thank you.
All right, while you are there, I am informed that this past weekend, it was a COSAXA National Arts Festival, and Miss Biligwa won gold. All right, I will keep my head down because the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation at the National Legislature, Honorable Nompendulo Mkhatshwa, has joined us. Now I understand why they usually have this earpiece, so that instructions can be directly fed direct to your eye, to your ear. So I would like to invite the Honorable Chairperson as mandated to give her words of support. Honorable Chairperson Mkhatshwa. She saw last time that she's not going to shake my hand because she doesn't trust men.
I will shake your hand. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much. DDG Gasa was worried that I'm not being given a moment to catch my breath. But I said, DDG Gasa, this is our sector. There's no ways we can't know what we would ideally want to say when we wish colleagues well with the summit. Good morning, as I said. Minister, I think I see his cushion is there, so I believe maybe he was ready. He was either here already. I've seen UDG, Usishi outside. I have seen UDG, Uzungu outside as well. I had FOMO that Sisbongile, you usually take care of me so well, but I have FOMO that I don't have my own artisan gear this morning, but I trust Usonti will do well before the end of the day. Colleagues, I have been asked to join one of the panel discussions tomorrow, so I won't be long. I often feel that sometimes the department feels obligated to make the committee speak as a form of protocol. But I would like to commit myself to the discussions we'll be having in the panel discussion where one will be participating tomorrow around issues of gender in the TVET sector. We were very happy, and DDG Zungu is not in the room at the moment, but we were very happy to see that that is an area of focus for the summit, because as a portfolio committee, when we had received a briefing by the CGE, the Commission for Gender Equality, on their investigations on gender-related matters and gender-based violence in institutions of higher learning, particularly now with the TVET sector, there were a number of issues that we were concerned about that were highlighted by the CGE's work. And we had then said in a meeting where this report was being presented to us that we would like for the department to have a colloquium, a summit of some sort, specifically on dealing with how gender sensitive the TVET sector is. So to see that matter being put as a focus area for the summit, we are really happy as a committee, because it means that Kasinbiza sihlala nani for 4 hours making recommendations. Colleagues actually do take our recommendations seriously and act on them. And so as a committee, really, colleagues, other matters around the partnerships that we want to see between the TVET program or sector or institutions with industry are issues we've been discussing, are issues we discussed not so long ago when we were in Durban for the World Skills ZA Summit. So those are not new matters, but are matters that we have found to be of priority when we say that we as government are investing in ensuring that young people of this country have the requisite skills and knowledge to be active participants of our economy. Yet when we look at the high unemployment rates of our country, we are worried that these skills and knowledge that we are investing in are not bearing the fruits that we seek to see as we have these high unemployment rates. And so we are really calling on industry to also play its part in taking responsibility of growing our economy and creating a sustainable economy for South Africans. But also, if industry is saying, colleagues, and this is something that we've long discussed, and maybe, with industry being here, hopefully, to speak about these partnerships, if the skills that we are availing as a government, as a sector, are not that which is required, then they must come to the fore in recommending and suggesting and guiding us to say, in fact, this is what we need, right? So we really need to see a strengthened relationship between ourselves and industry. And, for me, Zungu is not here, but I don't know if, oh, you are here, sorry, I'm going on my specs. I'm imagining you to be somewhere here. So DHET Zungu, not so recently, we engaged with Southwest Gauteng TVET College, and I think in the same meeting we had Northern Cape Urban TVET College. And when you looked at the presentations from the two colleges and analyzed the partnerships that they have for work-integrated learning, Southwest Gauteng TVET College had a whole lot more partnerships. Of course, their geographic location is something that we can take into consideration, vis-a-vis, for example, a Northern Cape Urban TVET College, which is in, remote Droog, Northern Cape. But I think that beyond the geographic location, maybe we can see how institutions like Southwest Gauteng do get their partnerships right and try and find a way to replicate that throughout the sector. So let's also create a space for us to share knowledge and cross-reference our different practices within our different institutions so that collectively as a sector we can thrive. Because, the more I interact in this space, and I really want to thank you, DHET Zungu, and the department, of course, led by Minister Nzimande, for really bringing us closer as a committee. Others may argue that it may make our oversight difficult. I think it's strengthened our oversight. I think we know exactly what we're meant to be asking, where we're actually supposed to be driving this particular program of the department. And so the closer we get to the department, yesterday I was tasked to contribute to my organization's documents as we go to our policy conference. And I had to make the task I was given is to make a gender analysis of the sectors that I find responsibility in. So a gender analysis of progress on higher education and training, a gender analysis of progress in science and innovation. And when one came closer to the TVET program, and now having to gender, our analysis of progress and where we ought to be going, I was just reminded of really the importance of the sector in also empowering young women to have a direct skill that can really contribute to them being able to to have immediate participation in the economy. And of course, we'll speak more about that in the panel discussion that one will be taking part in. But I really want to wish, we really want to wish colleagues a very fruitful summit, and we commit ourselves, as always, to being with you right through the end. We don't do a hit and run DG and DG. Of course, there's a lot that is happening with, what we are preparing for as an organization going into the weekend. But isalari yami pumala, yabo. So this is where I have to be at this point in time. Siyabonga kakhulu to the student leadership that is in the room. I'm sure President and your collective from SATFETA are here. I think there's also, the sister or brother organization, SAUS, is also represented. To all colleagues from different entities, Sanbonani, and we wish us collectively a fruitful summit. Thank you so much.
All right, so we men have got this bad reputation of not washing our hands. So I washed them today because I washed them thoroughly. So I'm not gonna wash them now because you know how you've shaken someone important, Sen. I'm not gonna keep it, not because I'm unhygienic, just. Can I please have your indulgence here? You would recall that we were meant to start earlier than the time we started, and then, but we started a bit late, so I'm trying to manage the time. So we will just move our tea break after the minister have spoken. If I may please have your indulgence, and also, the DG has requested that because this part of the program is very important, we would just shift our lunch by a further half an hour, if I may please have your indulgence. In order to make up for this request, I'm gonna bribe you with the choir item. Can I please have our TVET College choir to give us another piece one more time? Please receive them as they come. Come on. Yeah. Welcome them. Okay. That is Northlink College. Thank you very much. Okay. You know, I was not on the program, so I decided that I'm going to speak. Now, to avoid plagiarism, I'm going to acknowledge Zain Khan. As I said earlier on, said hard skills get you hired, but soft skills get you promoted. And there are 11 soft skills to accelerate your career. He says communication, must listen without interrupting, speak with positive tone, pay attention to your body language. Persuasion, identify what other people care about, create stories that resonate with them, communicate those stories with brevity and emotions. Negotiations, listen carefully, understand what the other side wants, and propose solutions that benefit both sides. Relationship building, help others unconditionally, look for common interest, always add value before asking for something in return. Empathy, take a genuine interest in other people, look at things from their perspective, acknowledge their feelings, never judge, and always be supportive. Be generous with your time and attention. Number 6, positive attitude. Never gossip, never complain, criticize sparingly, always speak well of others. Teamwork. Avoid claiming all the credit. Celebrate other people's wins. Praise teammates publicly and praise them generously. Number 8, conflict resolution. Avoid arguments and accusations. Focus on solutions over problems. Apologize unconditionally when it's your fault. And emotional intelligence. Never act impulsively. Take a step back when you are upset. Understand what you are feeling. Understand the consequences of your actions. Then proceed accordingly. The next one will come if we all behave well. All right. We now in the segment where we have to welcome the DG, who will introduce the minister. But before we do that, we have a parade from students. And are they ready? Can I please have them? So the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training will then introduce the minister. But in the meantime, please receive our artisans carrying the flag. Hospitality, construction building, I don't see that other one, plumbing, bricklayers, carpenters, welding, hairdressing, electrical, boiler maker, and automotive. Give them a round of applause. All right, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sishi, the Director General in the Department of Higher Education and Training, who will introduce the minister. So, welcome our artisan flag bearers. I don't know how much strength you have, or if you'll give a guard of honor to the minister and the DG, or you would like to proceed to the side so that the DG and the speakers and the minister can be visible. If you could just proceed to the left-hand side there. Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Each time I have to render this item, I get intimidated. Program Director, thank you very much for steering this very important program for us in the manner that you have done. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our Program Director. Further, to the organizers, I thought that the rendition of the national anthem was outstanding. You can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. It's an important task to introduce the minister of not just your own department, but a minister of two departments. The Department of Higher Education and Training and the Department of Science and Innovation. And it is clear what our government intends to achieve by ensuring that the higher education, science and innovation system is integrated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity. I wish to take you back in the days of the policy framework on education and training that we grew up referring to it as the Yellow Book of the African National Congress, and remind you of a young Dr. Blade Nzimande, on those days of the National Education Crisis Committee, the days of the National Education Policy Initiative, the days of the National Training Strategy Initiative, the documents that were the foundation for the establishment of a set of legislation that brought about what was a dream for South Africa, and that dream was the establishment of a single, non-racial, non-sexist Department of Education. The occasion that was made possible by the drafting of the Constitution. And this young Blade Nzimande being one of those who made a contribution. I remember that the section for education in the Constitution was particularly the area of his contribution amongst the great stalwarts of, and legends of our country. And we remember this today on the day that we introduce our minister, and we are saying it is indeed a special occasion. I do also need to say that this country has been very fortunate that back in the days, and I'll remind you, 1921, the establishment of the South African Communist Party, a party of stalwarts like Bill Andrews, like Douglas Walton, like Bram Fisher, a party of Moses Kotane, J.B. Marx, Dr. Naika, the central committees and politburos of this party included stalwarts like President Nelson Mandela, Governor Mbeki, Raymond Mhlaba, Joe Slovo, Dr. Yusuf Dadu, David Nidri, many stalwarts who have served the Central Committee and Politburo of the Communist Party. a party that Dr. Blade Nzimande has been the General Secretary of for the past 24 years. And as the GS of the party, he is the 13th General Secretary since its establishment. And some of the General Secretaries of the Communist Party include Joe Slovo, Chris Hani, Charles Nakula, who was succeeded by Dr. Nzimande, who after 24 years has now been elected to the position of national chairperson of the South African Communist Party. Particular issue about this, ladies and gentlemen, at a conference of the TVET sector that is this important, is that there is a particular appreciation that is required from the leadership of our department, an appreciation of the plight of the poor, an appreciation of the plight of the working people of South Africa. And the South African Communist Party has produced this caliber of leadership, and our department is fortunate to have had the opportunity to be led by leadership that appreciates the voices of the poor, the voices of the working class, of which the executive authority of our department has sponsored the attitude that we see amongst the executive leadership of our public entities in the CETAs, our entities, including colleges, community education and training colleges, and all our institutions, our colleges in that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Blade Nzimande, ladies and gentlemen, as he come forward, let us stand and make a lot of noise. You can do better, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We may all be seated. Thank you, program directors. Let me also greet and say thank you very much to our DG, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, and all the senior management and officials of the DHET, as well as the Department of Science and Innovation, who are here. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Nompendulo Mkwajo. Nompendulo, I'm not sure what's the proper name of your Portfolio Committee. Is it Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology, or is it and Innovation? Because you write technology. Sometimes I wonder then which departments are you overseeing? Because there are no such departments anymore. Thanks for being here, and also other members of Parliament who have joined us. My special advisors who are here, senior management and officials of sister departments, DHET regional managers. Let me also greet Mr. Straydom, who is chair of the Council of Northlink, which is our host college, as well as Mr. Pieke, the principal of Northlink, all other TVET college principals who are here, representatives from business and industry. We appreciate very much your presence and being part of this summit. President and members of the South African Public Colleges Organization. I see now, Babu Mrocha, you changed the name of your organization to SAPCO. I used to like the old one, SACPO. But I'm not saying you must change back. I hope you didn't change because of the manner in which I was pronouncing it. Let me also greet all the chairpersons and members of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Colleges Governors Council, Sibongile Nondaba, with your message. President and members of the South African Technical and Vocational Education and Training Student Association, SAVETSA, CETA board members who are here, the CEOs and officials from our CETAs, and thank you very much for sponsoring this. It's one of my, I know, you mustn't beat yourself on the chest, but I must say that one of the achievements since 2009 when DHET was established was actually to bring CETAs closer to our TVET colleges, which was not the case before 2009. So we want to thank the CETAs for coming closer to us. Why are you not giving yourselves a huge round of applause? Ingoba ngiyayincoma. Let me also greet our Community Education and Training College principals who are here, representatives of organized labor, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really greatly honored to welcome you all to the inaugural two-day TVET College Strategic Industry Partnership Summit hosted by the Department of Higher Education and Training. Over the years, the TVET college sector has hosted various events and activities which have assisted us greatly to focus our attention on improving the provision of technical and vocational education in our country. But today's event, I must admit, is the one that is closest to my heart, forging dynamic strategic partnerships with industry. This is an important summit that brings together post-school education and training sector, other government departments, NGOs, labor and business under one roof to discuss how to strengthen TVET college partnerships, particularly with regard to work-based learning. I also wish to upfront call upon all employers to open their workplaces for the placement of both TVET college students, as well as to give workplace exposure to TVET college lecturers, so that what is taught is relevant and also needed by industry. I was informed this morning, for instance, that the National Association or Federation of Building Industry, NAVB, has actually 270 college lecturers who are in their workplaces, who are being trained and understand what industry is doing today, not yesterday, the technologies that are being used. That's a huge contribution. We wish to thank you for that, as well as other employers who are actually doing the same. The primary aim of these placements is to assist in that most important transition for our youth, transition from learning to working. It's crucial because if we miss this transition, most of our students remain trapped in poverty. If they are able to successfully transition from learning to working, they give themselves a chance to have a better life for themselves and for their families, also contributing to our own country's economic development. Deputy Director General Zungu, under the leadership of our DG, Dr. Sishi, have previously stated on numerous platforms that TVET college management, especially principals, must know that they are not running TVET colleges unless they prioritize building partnerships with industry. He repeated it this morning. Which is my preference. You are principals, you are not CEOs. To me, a principal is even more important than a CEO. I'm sorry, Mam Kiza, for saying that. And other CEOs who are here. If you are a principal, you run a college that does not have partnerships for workplace, we are not running a TVET college, we are running an FET, which we killed years ago. Further education and training, which was an anomaly. Everything beyond school is further education. If you are running a college as a principal and you don't have partnerships, it ain't vocational education training college that you are running. That is why I have insisted that part of the performance agreement of college principals must be how much partnerships do you have for work placement. That's my main message today. But also I must say to employers, I meet many of them as I travel. They say, some of them, yeah, Nzimande, your colleges are not giving us the quality that we want. And I say to them, how many TVET college students do you have in your workplace? If they say no, I say, yeah, don't blame me, blame yourself. Why are you not giving our TVET college students work placement? Because vocational education is two components. It's theory and practical work experience. So I'm very pleased then that there are employers who are participating and traveling this route with us. Of course, DHET Mvalo has said it, that what we are doing is informed by our white paper. I'm even glad we have counted how many times there is workplace, how many times there is, what did you say? Industry in the white paper. Because that's what we are trying to build. That's why, by the way, we changed the name from FET to TVET. Because it wasn't just a name change. We also wanted to change the content of vocational education to also have practical workplace experience. It's not new what we are talking about, by the way. It used to be done under apartheid, except under apartheid, it was only done for white youth, excluding black youth, which is, by the way, part of the criminality of the apartheid system. 1924, they passed an act called Industrial Conciliation Act, which outlawed any company that would train a black person to be an artisan. That's where we come from. That's the history we are trying to reverse today. As TVET college principal, you owe it to the youth and the country to manage student admissions with the end in mind of what those students are going to transition to. You know, I now have a bad habit. Some of the people know me. Wherever I go to, whether I go to Choreographed to go and buy a chair, I ask at Choreographed and many other furniture institutions that I go into, do you have a TVET college student here? No, they don't. And then I say, yeah, this is Mangaung or Peter Maritzburg. Which college is here, by the way? Who is the principal? I'm making an example. Wherever I go into a place, whatever, a shop or anything, is there a TVET college student? I do that, and I know which principals may be doing better, which principals are not paying attention to this. That's in my heart, because we are doing a disservice if we are doing N4, N5, N6 over 18 months, and then we leave you with no work experience. It's an injustice to those young people that they don't have the 18 months of practical work experience. You must know that we are actually sending our youth to permanent unemployment. Now, that's why we're having this summit. We are not starting from scratch on this summit, but we use this summit to upscale the relationships that we have. Now, one of our, I must say, by the way, this thing also, that where I come from, my hometown, Umamu Feleng Wiayazland, from FPNM, there is a strong furniture and leather industry in the KZN Midlands, my hometown. I go and ask. One old man, who is a furniture maker, said to me one day, Minister, I'm just about retiring, but I'm worried I have a factory in Howick. Please give me 3 or 4 youngsters, black youngsters, that I can train to be good carpenters and furniture makers. I don't know where that is, Ma'am Feeling. If you ask me, now that I remember this, I will tell you who this old man is and how can you help working with Umgungundlovu TVET College to make sure that we take those youngsters to train as furniture makers. I'm being practical. I'm being practical. This summit also comes in a month where we celebrate our first president of a democratic republic, the old man, Ubabu Nelson Mandela, who said, and it's good that we repeat this all the time on education, and I quote, "Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that a child of farm workers can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another." Listen to that one, I repeat it. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another, unquote. That's the old man. This is very important. It is what we make of industries that we run to support TVET College training that will make us a better nation. That is how we can reread this quotation and what our old man actually said. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision remains that of providing an integrated, coordinated, and highly articulated post-school education and training system for improved economic participation and social development of our youth and adults. I don't want to divert, but it's not by mistake that it must be integrated. You can't call it PSET, post-school education and training, unless it's integrated, unless it's coordinated, unless it's articulated. This thing that our youngsters who pass NCV from TVET colleges, our universities say they can't be admitted to university education. Who gives our universities this right to actually exclude our young people who are coming through the vocational side? Now, you know, it ain't vocational education and training until our universities also support the TVET sector. They must train our lecturers. Some of them are doing it, as I will mention them now. And let's use the best of what we use. Those who are supporting TVET colleges, let's give them more money. Those who are not, let's deduct money from them. It's also in the interest of universities. You know, my own guess is that more than half of students who start at university should not have started at university. Yes, it's true. Germany, only 30% of students go to university. 70%, they get apprenticed, they go through the vocational education and training system. Look at the cars produced by Germany. Some of you are driving them here. It's the Mercedes, it's the BMW, it's the Audi, and the VW, Volkswagen. It was started by a fascist Hitler. Nevertheless, that tells you what good supply of mid-level skills can do. Now, I'm glad that all the key stakeholders are represented here today. Our NDP emphasizes, as it has been said, the importance of workplace-based training. Sitters, you have a crucial role. Now, Bashadis Nina as sitters, by the way. Yes. Learning side of things and the workplace side of things, bring them together. I visited a factory in Germany which makes the Porsches. By the way, I've forgotten about the Porsche. When they now put the engine into a complete car, they say it's a marriage. Yes, they call it the marriage. Sitters are the matchmakers. If any sitter is not a matchmaker, it ain't a sitter. I don't know what to call it. That is very crucial. We know the sitters also contribute in placing unemployed youth, but you are still doing matchmaking because you are taking someone who's unemployed, get some experience, and our research tells us more than 70% of students who have had an internship or a learnership ends up being employed. Now, the employers must listen to that. Anyway, there is nothing as good as internships. I was saying it on the radio now. If you have got 10 interns in your workplace, as an employer, the world is in your hands because out of those 10, we are able to identify the best in front of you that you can actually employ. And we want to say, much as we encourage employers to assist us as government by paying stipends to those youngsters, but if you don't have a stipend and we are an SME, we will go to our sitters and pay those youngsters for those stipends. And as an employer, you don't have to pay 1 cent. All what we want is exposure to your workplace. We made a commitment to the president. You know, Ishmael, you draft my speeches. I'm reading your speech, but in a smart way. I would have liked, standing here at DG, to be saying, of the 10,000 that the president announced TVET college graduates, how many have we absorbed already today? Is July what today? 27. How many? I would like, before the end of the summit tomorrow, to give this figure out. How many have we employed, placed thus far? Now, I also requested that with the TVET branch hosting this very important summit, we must ensure that this translates into practical ways of increasing significantly workplace-based learning opportunities for our TVET college students. There are signs that this partnership is beginning to work. Now, our slogan, together, turning every workplace into a training space, we wanted to resonate here and translate it into practice. Together, turning every workplace into a training space. I listened to the president the other night, and one of the things the president said was that we have approached previous skilled personnel from ESCOM to come back and help. And then I phoned my DG immediately. Said, Dr. Sishi, your work is cut out. Because those managers who are being called back, each one of them must have a few interns at ESCOM. So that when they then leave, there's a pipeline of skills. And I've said to the DG, to support the president, I want a plan that I'm going to go and say, President, you know you announced these things. Do you know what we have done? Here is a plan that every load shedding moment must be a training space. Not because we love load shedding. I have a son who is a pilot. Many instances I find him watching videos on airplane crashes. And I ask him, you're a pilot, you fly every day. Why are we watching this horrible thing of crashes? He says, no, Dad, it's easy. I'm learning about what not to do. So with load shedding, we are learning about how not to run an electricity company. And usually that becomes the best training space. Now, I want to say also that our Department of Science and Innovation is already part of the team that is led by the DG in the presidency to deal with the crisis at ESCOM. And our DHET, we have agreed with our DG that is going to be part of this. But I can call upon the DG to help. Without all of you who are here, TVET colleges, sitters, employers, committing to support training using load shedding as a training space, we are not going to realize that. So it's very important. That's why, by the way, now, I'm even known by my cabinet colleagues. No government plan must be without a skill strategy and an innovation strategy. Both things must be in place. Now, to employers, as I've said, you can't be bystanders. We need you. Please join hands with us to produce the kind of graduate who is work ready. By the way, I've also now asked my Department of Science and Innovation, that's what is nice about having two related departments, to support innovation programs in our TVET colleges. People tend to forget that many of the world's innovations did not come from top-level scientists. They came from artisans. George Stephenson, who actually found the locomotive engine, was an artisan, was not an engineer. So if we place and support innovation in our TVET colleges, we are going to produce new creative things by so doing. Also, I have said to DDG Zungu and my DG, I also want TVET colleges, all of them, to introduce entrepreneurship programs. You can't be training as an electrician and then all what you do, you wait to be employed by a particular company. If you're an electrician or a plumber, you can start your own company. We need technology to support that. You know, I noticed, by the way, that today, even in my own hometown, which has got millions of problems, including potholes, today you can phone one number and say, I want an electrician. They will direct you to an electrician. I want a plumber. They will direct you to a plumber. But unfortunately, most of those, they are not black skilled people who are part of that system. Why are they not? Why is it difficult to have an app for black plumbers in each province to be in one database so that they can be called in that same way and be able to grow their SMEs? Now, we've done a lot, by the way, despite the criticism that we receive. We've done a lot to try and reposition our TVET colleges. Really a lot. It's not enough, but it's a lot. We've developed legal and regulatory frameworks. We've also invested a great deal, including the employment of competent personnel and management, including what I've said. You ain't a TVET college principal if you don't have industry partnerships. By the way, even in the deepest of rural areas, if you are training motor mechanics, there is a police station there. Go and develop a relationship with the police station so that our youngsters can be able to fix those vans, because those police vans are needed to catch criminals so that we can have peace in our communities. Local government, I'm always saying to our municipalities, you are doing us a disfavor if we train these TVET college students and you don't employ them. Even the non-engineering graduates in TVET colleges who are doing tourism, who are doing human resources, who are doing public relations, that's mid-level skills needed by our municipality. Of course, we must be honest and be open. They will say, Unzimande, what is he saying now? I'm saying it. The problem in many of our municipalities is corruption and patronage. and we don't employ our skilled youngsters because we want to employ our friends and relatives by virtue of being in these positions. That's why the struggle for workplace partnerships must also be accompanied by a struggle against corruption. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what else have we done? We have embarked on a plan to review and update programs and qualifications offered at TVET colleges in order to align them with the needs of the rapidly changing economy and society. This plan has focused on the following aspects of curriculum transformation. I have to say this before I end. Integrating digital skills knowledge into our current programs. Introducing new programs focusing on robotics, for instance. Phasing out of outdated programs such as the N1, N2, and N3 programs. Reconstruction of engineering programs in collaboration with the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations to make them more responsive to the changing industry environment. Revision and updating of subject content. In this regard, the department has updated curricula in at least 60 subjects. Aruna, you have been doing this part of this work, of the N programs since 2018. Aligning TVET college programs and qualification mix with the skills needs of the country. Aligning our colleges and their programs to the world of work is a non-negotiable. All these positive developments that I've just highlighted would not have been possible, of course, without the collaboration of key stakeholders, such as the QCTO, labor, SETAs, industries, universities, and universities of technology. I have seen some positive changes in TVET colleges, but colleges need more and better support. I'm pleased also, DDG Mvalo, that many of our colleges are running SETA-funded occupational programs. These programs are commonly believed to have significant labor market currency. Ama-SETA agiti. Don't only go to just private providers only. I'm not saying you mustn't go to them, but also use our TVET colleges as providers and build their capacity to be able to actually provide. Acting Executive Officer, Mr. Mabusela of the NSF, I'm pleased that the NSF has committed to continue investing in TVET colleges towards funding over 15,000 students per annum in occupationally directed programs, which are linked to scarce and critical skills areas, especially with regards to artisan development. Our established centers of specialization, we've got what we call centers of specialization in more than 20 TVET colleges, who continue to be strengthened to focus on quality training linked to employer or industry trades in 13 designated trades. And I'm pleased to say these centers of specialization have already trade tested 119 apprentices who have now qualified as artisans. By the way, Babu Mvalo, how many more trade test centers now do we have? 8. Which is very important in TVET. They are in TVET colleges. Because before there was only one trade test center in Olifantsfontein. Apartheid could afford that because they were only training white youngsters. Now we have got 8 that have been opened in TVET colleges, partly a byproduct of our centers of specialization. That's very important. I must also say, in terms of what we have done, that we now have an advanced diploma in technical and vocational teaching, which is being offered by the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan, Nelson Mandela University. There is no longer a metropolitan university. It's Nelson Mandela University. Ishmael, when alone? It's not me, it's your fault. Tshwane University of Technology is offering this diploma, University of Johannesburg, and the Valley University of Technology. This is an initial professional qualification targeting underqualified or unqualified lecturers to ensure that they attain a TVET-specific and relevant professional qualification. To the principals, please encourage your unqualified staff to go and do these programs. And DG, maybe we need a bursary to actually support those unqualified TVET college lecturers to go and be properly qualified. Furthermore, we've been collaborating with various institutions to provide in-service training and development of lecturers, as I have said. Other examples other than NAFB include Cisco, which has been training over 1,000 lecturers across all TVET colleges in 4IR-related knowledge and skills, which includes, amongst other things, introduction to cybersecurity and introduction to Internet of Things. I'm saying these things, I have to say them, so that you know what we as government on our side, we are doing to make TVET colleges better institutions. Furthermore, our department, in collaboration with the Construction Education and Training Authority, CETA, has conceived a lecturer development program that we are doing with SAVB. I've mentioned this, benefiting 270 TVET college lecturers. This program has clearly demonstrated the need and significance of developing the capacity of our lecturers. I always make this example. We must train motor mechanics on cars that are on the road right now. I'm told in some of our colleges, we still have old textbooks of the car that was known as Valiant. Sorry to the younger ones who do not know that car. That car used to be a taxi before, and if it doesn't start, you take sandpaper, you look for points, you clean the points, and then it starts swinging. There are no longer points now. There are more modernized engines. We must train our youngsters in cars that are on the road, not to Valiant. By the way, I love old cars, so I like Valiant as an antique. And I know that it's a vintage car, if you like vintage cars like I do. But not to train our youngsters today. I don't know who's going to fix my old Valiant, but nevertheless, I remain optimistic that we can do all this. Use this summit to come up with concrete issues. The other matter that is important that we are going to be talking about is about transformation of gender relations and the fight against gender-based violence in the PSET sector and workplaces. Yeah, I must admit here, by the way, Sis Nompendul, this was the plea by the portfolio committee that we look into this matter. We are integrating it here, and it's very important. But in integrating it here, we have to look also at, I'm glad we are doing it, gender discrimination and gender-based violence in the workplace. I want to say this without fear of contradiction. Our industry is still very backward when it comes to gender transformation. Government is doing much better on that score. So we have to share experiences as to what do we need to do, including the issue of gender-based violence. We have observed the gruesome murders of our students, mostly within their residential areas, including the barbaric murder of Noscelo Mtebeni, the fourth-year university student, Precious Ramabulane of the Capricorn TVET College, Winene Mkhwechana of UCT, Ntabiseng Rapai, the Goldfields TVET College students in Velcom in the Free State, Jesse Hess, the University of the Western Cape theology students, and many more, and many more. By the way, a society that continues to murder 52% of its population has no future. We can't be doing, as a country, what we are doing to girls and women and hope to have a future. If truth be told, Many families today are functional because of women. And without them, there would be hardly any families to speak about today. And I'm evidence to that. I grew up in a woman-headed household from age 12. And my sister who comes after me was 10, and my youngest brother was 8. Brought by one woman. uMadlamini izizwe uJamasjatu kaCubungulashi. Intombi yakuqumbu yasikhulisa sodwa. Not because my dad had passed away. Like many men do, he just disappeared on the other side of town. Sizwe ngendaba konakele ehamba kamnandi kukhona umuntu ambambe ngelokhuzana ngocikishana. We have to confront the issue of gender inequalities and gender-based violence. I don't want to say more. I want to hear instead more from this summit what we're actually going to do. We have, by the way, set aside some money. It's not enough for infrastructure for our TVET colleges, especially maintenance. But no matter, Chair, we need to go to that ANC policy conference this weekend and really argue strongly for expansion of the TVET college sector in this country. It can't be that only 6 out of 100 students who start grade 1 go to university. Where do the 94 disappear to? In other words, our TVET college sector should be 4 times bigger than our university sector. I'm not saying university education is not important, especially in the country with our own history. But many young people just drop out. The youth unemployment now, which has reached 60%, is a ticking time bomb. And part of the answer to that is absorbing these youngsters into a growing TVET college sector. And we can't grow it without employers and the industry. Let me conclude, because I've taken a bit longer now than I had thought. But ningang blame me. Ngiqalele it nani. Ngiqalele it. And you know mangikhuluma ngama-TVET ngivuka umoya mina. Let me conclude by saying that, once more to remind ourselves, the purpose of this summit is to reflect on where we come from and to collectively forge the way forward as we reflect and take stock on the progress we have made and the challenges we still have to tackle. Work with us as the private sector and industry to reduce skills bottlenecks, especially in priority skills areas, improving participation rates in the system, and generally expand quality technical and vocational education in our country. The foundation has been laid. Together we can build the ideal TVET system capable of addressing the skills needs of our country. I will be very delighted to see at the end of the summit more partnerships emerge and existing ones strengthened to train more of our TVET graduates. I look forward to the deliberations here and to hear your views on how we make TVET colleges more responsive to the needs of industry and how industry supports the strengthening of our TVET sector. DG, Dr. Sishi, thank you very much to you, DDG Zungu, and your entire senior management of the Department of Higher Education and Training. Higher Health, Professor, we are very glad that you are part of this to come and share your important experience on what we are doing in higher health, not just in terms of gender-based violence, but in promoting student wellness in our institutions. By the way, we are doing relatively well in promoting student wellness through our own dedicated institution, Higher Health, which is very important. We know that, for instance, today, issues of mental health, just by way of example, are a big, big challenge in our institutions, and especially for our young people. And TVET colleges can provide many answers to that. But I I request, please come out of this summit with concrete proposals that are implemented. Together, turning every workplace into a training space. Together, turning every load shedding moment into a training space so that we can ultimately defeat and roll back load shedding. You have a role to play, and I have confidence in you that you can indeed be able to do that. Thank you very much, and wishing you a successful summit.
Thank you very much, Minister. These were profound words, and this is much appreciated. Now, you have to give him a round of applause again, please. Please repeat after me. Together, turning every workplace into a training space. You sound like you are in the AA. Say it like we are alive. Together, turning every workplace into a training space. Okay, I'm not sure, Ishmael, between you and me, who's safe. The one who doesn't recognize the minister walking in, or the one who writes. I do remember the current MEC of Education in Gauteng. He once stepped in to be a spokesperson for 2 MECs before he got into the role he is. And he tells of a story when he wrote one speech for the minister who was going to open a school, and for speech for the MEC who was going to a funeral. And for some reason, they got swapped. So, thank you very much, Minister. I did not summarize any previous speakers' points, but I think this one, and I hope I'm not risking what I was avoiding. The points that the minister mentioned, number one, it was turning every workplace into a training space, and turning every load shedding moment into a training moment. Now, as he was saying this, I was reminded of this guy who made a huge mistake that cost the company several millions of dollars. So when he approached the CEO of the company, he already had a resignation letter. So the CEO reads the letter and then he crumbs it up and throws it into the dustbin and says, go back to work. And so this guy is like dumbfounded. I've just cost the company $2 million US. Why is this? He said, how can I be so, the CEO says, how can I be so stupid? I've just invested $2 million US into a training. And you think I must throw that investment away? We will fire you if this moment you've just spent $2 million on doesn't turn out to be a good lesson for you, never to repeat those mistakes. So, indeed, load shedding is a combination of a number of factors, and amongst which include some of the mistakes. And the minister has a big point, that we should be taking lessons from that and utilize it. Now, the minister also says to every employers, please partner with us to produce the kind of artisans your industry needs. And he spoke at length about the innovation. I I'm not sure if I should indicate that my first learning lesson was on our neighbor's Valiant, that it never left the yard. So I learned to drive it, but it was not moving. I was taught, just how to change the gears. And the problem is that I was too young at the time, because I think I was around 12 or 13. So it was a matter of trying to get my feet down to the pedals. That was problematic. But that's where I learned to drive. Eventually, I got onto a moving car that had a gear lever next to a steering. The minister spoke about the centers of specialization, which are in colleges. There are about eight of them, and with 113 designated trades. The minister referred to a lecturer upgrade program that the department is driving. The minister made mention of this said issue that is engulfing our country very badly. I too was brought up by a grandmother, and I do know what is the role of women in our lives. And in fact, bekuzobe kwashaya bhuqe bekwavula bhuqe if besingamadoda sonke la emhlabeni. I don't know what would have happened. So indeed, we need to play our role, not only to wait for the institutions to remind us of the dangers of the GBV, but even in our own homes. I've got two sons that I keep reminding them that they've got a responsibility to look after their sisters and their mother. The minister spoke about the budget for the TVET college infrastructure, especially the maintenance. Indeed, Minister, when I was in the public service, we used to say this: you can't have police stations and clinics and hospitals, and then we don't use those as opportunities for training. The minister has committed to take the chairperson of the portfolio committee to the policy conference of the ruling party to mobilize for the expansion of the college, TVET college sector, which I agree with. And we need more partnerships to emerge out of this conference, and those that exist be strengthened. The role of higher health in helping us to eradicate the scourge of GBV, because many of these people at times, I'm not saying that's the reason, please, many of these at times, they need healing from inside themselves, because they then take out their ills onto other people. So the minister then invited everyone here to make sure that when we come out of this conference, we come out with tangible and practical solutions that can be implemented going forward. If I paraphrased the minister incorrectly and I said the wrong things, I apologize. And Minister, it is, I've been given a form here, which is a pledge form for placement of TVET colleges, as college graduates in the workplace. And I am told that it has got, the employers must choose and indicate how many placement opportunities they have between 10 to 50 or 100 to 500. Then there is also the other, meaning that you are more than welcome to pledge 1,000 as an employer. Here is the form, and I like to believe that the runners will make sure that all the employers here and industry bodies will have a form to complete. I don't know if you want to wait at the entrance of the lunch point to make sure that you receive a completed one. And if there isn't a completed one, there's no lunch. All right. I also like to recognize the chairperson of the Association of SETA CEOs, Dr. Yende, sitting there by the corner. And now I know I've taken too much time. We're supposed to go to a tea break. I was not told that there would be any questions, so no one's going to question the minister. We're going to take a 15-minute tea break. I want to be realistic. And according to these sources of times I have, it is 12:32. Can we have everyone back? In fact, I'm going to take away your 2 minutes. Can we have everyone at 12:45 back and sitting? Thank you very much. And if you're not here, we'll start talking. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea break. And I think it's served this side somewhere. Thank you.
He was in Mauritius and he got a job placement. And for me, that is the success, that he is able to take his skills, being an operator in the factory where I worked as the HR manager, and is now able to work offshore. That is the key to success. That meant not just the fitting and turning trade, but also the boiler making trade and also the electrical trade. So I think the key to success is applied learning. The key to success is making sure that you remain relevant. And there is a close relationship between industry, like we've demonstrated in the Center of Specialization, where industry has direct input as to how the program is being run. And they can then come up with out-of-the-box ways of training the apprentices. For example, one of the things that was implemented was the exchange between employers, where an employer, for example, did not have a particular machine for the learner to gain experience in one workplace, but then was afforded the opportunity to go to a different workplace that was part of the COS program to gain that workplace experience. So it is about looking at different ways of actually implementing these programs, and not just thinking in your traditional, you have the mentor, you have the apprentice, but you can also think of innovative ways to actually train the apprentices and interns. And then lastly, I would say that from my perspective as an industry partner, I think what is important is making sure you have good communication, and that when there is conflict, that it is addressed head on. And also, we make sure that we take action, because we can talk and have wonderful meetings, but nothing happens unless we take action. And in that, I say thank you also to False Bay College for their role in my development as an entrepreneur, because I'm also the founder of Empowering Services and received training through a TVET college. Being an ex-HR manager, I knew a lot about HR, but I didn't know how to run a business. And so they imparted that knowledge in me, which I've applied. And 5 years on, I'm now employing interns in my workplace and helping other employers also take on interns. So with that being said, I thank you for this opportunity. Continue to look at various ways of how we can improve the experience for the learners, but also ensure that the lecturers receive the necessary training to make sure that they are still relevant with what is happening in industry. And that only comes through dialogue. And I thank you.
All right, the next presentation input will be by 3 participants as a team. It's Mr. Abdullah Gallant, a training manager at Daman Shipyard, Ms. Pamela Stelo, artisan fitter and turner, and Ms. Kelly Ann Isaacs, an apprentice boiler maker. And yeah. 5 minutes when I come forward.
Good afternoon all. I'm from a company called the Shipyards in Cape Town. We are currently building 3 inshore patrol vessels for the SA Navy. So we have partnered up with Northlink College and other TVET colleges to train apprentices in the COS program. So currently we have over 40 apprentices in our training program. Of them have qualified last.
One of Diamond's apprentices as a boilermaker. So a little about myself. I come from a family where alcohol was abused, as my father was an abuser. The opportunity that I got from Diamond was a major experience for me, because as family members always used to say, you will go nowhere in life, but here I am trying to make a better future for myself, and as a young parent, a single parent, a better future for my son as well.
I, Pamela Stelo, I'm coming from Northlink College. I just recently qualified as a fitter antenna by end of April, and then I just get employment by Senior Flexonics. I think I'm done.
Oh, Mr. Khalid? Oh, you're done. Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you very much. So those are the results of the TVET College, and employers, we thank the shipyard, Durban Shipyard for this contribution. And coming next is Dr. Ramnik Aluwala, the CEO of Higher Health. And I apologize for chopping your name.
Thank you. Greetings, Minister. Even my wife struggles with my surname, so it's okay. I have been trying to track the surname from where it comes, but thank you, Minister. Greetings to you, Minister. Greetings to everybody here and all protocols observed. I know I've got 7 to 8 minutes. I have a small presentation. Minister, this time I'm presenting on civic education, Minister, a topic that's very close to your heart. And I remember that meeting in Marisburg that you had with me on a side, and you explained me a point which I'd like to express today to everybody. So it's your legacy, Minister, what I'm going to be presenting. It's your vision that I'm going to present. I do not know whether in front of you I'll be able to articulate as well as you do all the time, but I'll try my best, Minister, in this presentation. I do not know if the presentation can be loaded, please, if it's possible. So, Minister, it was going to be easy if I can express it through a couple of slides that I have built for everyone. Sorry, Program Director, I am chowing some time by asking you to just let me know if the presentation is loaded. Okay, no problem. Minister, it's a young democracy, Minister. And being a young democracy, when we have issues of gender-based violence in South Africa, if any that rape before the 20, we definitely have a problem, and it's a problem within our post-school education system, because we're a microcosm of the bigger system. If we say through the Higher Health HSRC survey that 1 in 3 young women in our TVET colleges become pregnant on campus, it's a challenge. They tend to be back in education only we lose a young, intelligent brain of our system. HIV, I cannot express further. South African disease. It's a young people's disease at the end of the day. Minister, you're right about mental health. When it comes to mental health and the challenges that we are suffering as humans, results have shown 1 billion people in the world suffer from this disease called mental health. 1 billion. And the world loses 13 trillion rands every year for just one disease called mental health. And the onset of this disease happens between 24, a cohort that joins our system. If I could have shown some slides, I would have shown the minister today that from the 24-hour helpline that, Minister, we have launched on GBV and mental health, the crisis line, and I have psychosocial workers that are working now on the TVET colleges. I would have shown you that in 2021, 32% of the calls of crisis were on academic stress, building into this. But 27% of the calls of crisis were due to physical trauma, sexual violence, and domestic violence that happens. And that's the kind of stress and anxiety that leads into depression. And you also have a genetic predisposition, but we all humans are very vulnerable to mental health. But the reason I am here is to explain to you that higher health, as Minister, one day you told us that you cannot fight GBV. You cannot handle young pregnancies or issues of drugs and alcohol, which are our core mandate of higher health, without not building civic education or civic values. It starts from a young person's vision to vote, a young person's vision to understand what is the three of government other constitutional rights, building a young person right from a civic perspective, talking about gender-based violence and gender equality, then talking about a respect to disability, then talking about a respect to what we call it as sexual reproductive health. What is mental health? What is HIV? Because at the end, these are all diseases or pandemics that are affecting our society and a graduate that's coming out of a skilled system. So for Shini Group, which just explained that you have a great student wellness program, and as I was listening to you, this is exactly what we are trying to build in our current program. So Minister, we as Higher Health, with the help of Health and Welfare CETA and QCTO, have now established a curriculum which was always there, called the Higher Health Second Curriculum, which runs across institutions. Today, I would have shown some results on the slides. There were about 500,000 young South Africans in our post-school education enter our curriculum every year. They get classes on gender-based violence, gender equality, gender diversity. They get health. They get classes on issues of HIV. They get classes on issues of sexual reproductive health. And now we are saying, okay, if they are getting these modules, the first module that has to be built is called a civic education module. And the same curriculum is being built with 6 modules, with the first module on civic education. And the curriculum is called the Higher Health Civic Peer Education Curriculum. It is tough for me to explain to you because it would have been easier on the slides, but I will sometime find time to come to the colleges and explain exactly how we are rolling this curriculum out. This curriculum is at the last stage, and this curriculum is at the last stage of endorsement by the QCTO to build a skills qualification, a skills certification to our students. That is what we are trying to do, so that gender-based violence, mental health, civic education just do not become, and it is no way teaching it in a classroom. It's a participatory classroom. It is about, okay, thank you very much. I'm blessed. I'll take 5 more minutes, please. But I just took the presentation now, but I have to, please, sorry for that, sir. This is the civic education curriculum, an extramural course. The first module is civic education, peer education and civic values. The second module is gender-based violence, gender equality and sexual and gender diversity, for something that we will be discussing tomorrow in our summit. The third module is mental health, Minister. Fourth module is disability. Fifth module is HIV, TB, STIs, and sexual reproductive. Sixth module is drugs and alcohol being. I just wanted to tell you that Last year, 309,425 students enrolled into this curriculum, and about 615,000 through a participatory approach called Reach One, Teach One. 615,000 young students in post-school education got reached through this participatory curriculum. Modules will skill certificate to the CV of our students on civic values and civic education and modules that I've just spoken about. It will create future employee health and wellness in workspaces. It will speak to the 10 soft skills that every workspace wants. It will give first-time job seekers an extra advantage towards employment. When I was the first year, I used to look for first-time job seeker to certain certificates that I used to have in order to get an advantage in the workspace. It will build a good citizenship for us. Volunteerism is that what we need in this country at this moment. It will impact on your generic throughputs. Education is prevention. Exactly what Tata Madiba said all the time. You have to, education is empowerment. It will increase alternative employability for lots of young graduates, but it will build wanted this to the TVET colleges, specifically undated students who do not get life orientation, Aruna, and this will help there, and that's what we're developing. This student gets every year from their health, but now this certificate will be a little accredited. We'll have a skills system next to it, with about 300 notional hours, 60 credits, and something equivalent to NQF level 5. Thanks to the Department of Health and DHET for endorsement into this. 10 soft skills, but this is about each one reach and teach one. This curriculum will be not about lectures of 5%. This curriculum is about teaching others, practice by doing, because you can't teach civic values by classrooms. It can be done through a participatory approach. It is on a hybrid. It's going to be both in classroom and online, but assessments will be done. The first assessment has to be a self-assessment. Second assessment is peer education. Meet 10 people in the communities about what you learned, and then post some YouTubes and videos about issues that value our country, which is based on civic. A simple assessment like GBV. In past 12 months, have you been threatened with physical or sexual violence by some in your home, in your presence? Yes or no answers. Simple things on mental health. Are you thinking about killing yourself? Have you lost interest? These are simple assessments that one can do. Colleagues, I don't want to, I have very limited time, but Minister, this is a vision that you spoke once. Do not fight GBV. Build a civic value in our young people. And that's how Higher Health is trying to approach diseases and pandemics and student wellness through a more participatory civic education. And I'm very grateful to DG Invalo, you, HWCTA, QCTO, and many other role players. Thanks to CET and TVET branch, Sam, and we thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor, for the best you managed to do within a limited time to deliver across such important message. Now, colleagues, as I had indicated, I don't want to repeat what the mistake we've made before. I want us to keep to the time for lunch. So what will happen is that we're going to move the next segment to after lunch. We've reduced the commissions from 2 hours to 1, and I would like us to go to lunch from here. When we return, the DG will address us to set the scene for the panel discussions. Please, I would like to have the moderators for the discussions coming immediately at 2 for lunch. Ms. Aruna Singh, Chief Director, Programs and Qualifications, to moderate the segment on strengthening network collaborations and strategic partnerships with TVET colleges. The following panel members, please be here. Ms. Jemina Nyikana from CLICS, Ms. Pregi Chetty from SAIFSA, Ms. Kukumkize from INSITA, the CEO, Ms. Ayanda Mafuleka, CEO Facet, Ms. I think this should be Professor Pusiti at SACP or before. Mrs. Nesi, CEO ETDPC, please, these chairs, when we return, they are yours. And can we adjourn to lunch? And please make sure that we are panga. Can we return exactly at 2:05? Thank you. Lunch is served and the ushers will direct where lunch is served. Thank you.
Which one is it? I don't think we need this. Talk about cameras and audio. The moment I send it to them, it comes back to me. Like video photography. I get microphone. They're just joining virtually. Like, get sent to me. Why is this happening with the headphones? No, that USB is what? But its health is running smoothly. Running smooth. I don't see a light. But it's on, yeah. It's on. Once you start. But it's got a pair. Yeah. USB Black Magic.
Yeah, lost again. Did you know how to get cable? Give me a cat cable, please.
But SM, but we're gonna.
What is that?
So we're switching this to that. Okay.
Yeah, then we switch the HDMI.
Go in this one, yeah. And this one, yeah. There you go. Now I. Is this for?
They're gonna show me the funny stuff. Any video
Some. Let's use this one. No, this one is working.
What are you selling? Camera white, what is it? Yeah, what are you selling? What's that? Send me audio, right? And
Are you sending the? You sending the sun? Okay. So that's what I'm receiving from you, and audio I'm also getting.
so just let them know what this is.
And it's running on all wire.
Black that belongs to my husband.
There's only one way. This one is for.
Yes, this is AP here.
Okay, let's do like this. I just my camera. Okay.
Sorted now.
every mother I know, not to let their sons come and do plate it. Use your eyeballs, you enjoy coming down to this end of town to complain. I think I like that. You know what? It's a good time to stand against you. I have never been done that.
I'm good. It's yours. Like Papa. I'm getting. JP is muted. See. Oh, it's two sports. Oh, yeah.
Since you left, my whole world is upside down. Since you left, all my smiles turned into frown. I was giving up hope. See you was I was giving up hope. See you nothing can fail this love. Place that you fail is hard to find. How I miss you, where somehow you could return, and I miss you. If only you could say a word, I would give the whole world to see you now. I would give the whole world to see you now.
You, Sammy? Sammy?
I can hear you, yes. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Sammy? Sam?
Can you hear me?
Sam?
Yes.
Are you not hearing me through the mic? Huh?
Is you not hearing me through the mic? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
All right.
2, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a request that please ensure that your accreditation tag is always on you and is visible, so that you can be allowed in or, out from this venue. If you don't have your accreditation on, you're not going to be
2.
allowed.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Just make sure that it's on you at all
1,
times.
2.
And
Yeah.
Okay, that's mine.
Can you hear me by the teams? They wait, Joseph, where you are, that laptop, you must pick it up through the headphones. That DMS.
Okay. And what happened to
1,
my
2.
program? You take my program now?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me still?
Okay.
What?
What is? Oh, it's here.
Coming out, what?
Okay, let me.
Yes, yeah, but if we start,
Okay, 1, 2. Can you hear me now?
may we please have
1, 2.
Miss Gemina Nyikana
1, 2. Because you
from Clicks, and she was here just now. Yes, yeah.
Just gonna check
And
now.
then
just
Miss
see if we can pick him up.
from
1,
SAISA.
2.
I'll call you back now. I'll call you back now. Okay.
Miss
1, 2. Yeah.
Miss
1,
Gumkize
2. So
from
can you hear me?
Insurance Center. I am informed that Miss Mufuleka is not here. Professor Pusiti, I saw you somewhere. Yeah, I think we have all the people because I know that Mrs. Mercy is committed elsewhere. And then I know that Mr. Mahlangu is coming in. Yeah. So can we please sit on the seats this side? No, they are here. They are coming. Then the moderator, Aruna Singh, will then take over from here. Please, colleagues, this segment is supposed to only last for half an hour. And can I also get the following ready for the segment that will come in after them? On digital transformation strategy for the TVET sector. As panelists, if you see this person somewhere and if you've got their number and they are not here, Dr. Raymond Patel, the CEO of Torapa Holdings, Mr. Andy Lestofile from Microsoft,
1, 2, testing, mic testing,
Ms.
testing.
Clara Data
2.4
from TCS,
6.1.
Ian
So
Head,
yeah,
MEA,
1, 2, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, testing,
Tata
1, 2,
Consulting
testing,
Services,
testing,
Mr. Lupolo
2.6.1.
Kubushe, MD Education,
Rooms, mic. Wilson, what do you think? Can you
Adobe
hear me?
IT, Mr.
Wilson, can you hear me? Wilson, talk to me.
Matukana,
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2,
ICT
testing,
Center,
testing, mic testing.
Miss
1,
Mr.
2,
D.
1, 2.
Lubena,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Principal
Sis
of
Nancy's
TVET
in the building.
All right, now,
Can you hear Sis Nancy? Sis Nancy's preparing
now,
us nice water. Some nice water for
setting the
this very,
scene.
very 2.6.1. She was giving us some nice flavored water.
Setting the scene for the panel discussion
6, 7, 8.
is the Director General of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Will set the scene And please join me in welcoming Dr. Sishi. Please, you need to clap louder. This is my boss, so I need.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I trust that it's in order that I recognize all protocols, and therefore the expectation is that all our dignitaries and distinguished guests have been recognized, and therefore, as different speakers come forward, they may just go straight to their presentations without offending the protocols that governs our engagements in here. Thank you very much, Program Director. I think mine is quite specific. It is really to clarify the purpose, but also to zoom into working committees and group and commissions to clarify the mandate and the agenda. And I think that is largely the purpose. We are gathered here at this point, convened by our minister, to provide an opportunity for our department and our partners in government, in the industry, and academia to share best practices and innovation regarding the expansion of workplace-based learning opportunities for TVET college students. Furthermore, this summit endeavors to propose measures to address the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide that besets the post-school education and training system. Program Director, the vision of our department is that of South Africa, in which we have a differentiated system that is fully inclusive, that allows South Africans to access relevant post-school education and training in order to fulfill economic and social goals of participation in an inclusive economy and society. This inaugural summit brings together representation from TVET college management and students, the CET colleges, government departments, CETAs. Also, it includes the academia, organized business, organized labor, the state-owned companies, industry, and other key skills development partners, with the sole purpose to use our collective wisdom to improve the post-school education and training system, with the TVET colleges being prioritized. Therefore, the presence of our minister is critical, as he has assisted us in his presentation earlier to shape this vision about an integrated and coordinated post-school education and training system for economic participation and social development, particularly of our youths and adults. The department has realized that for the sector to succeed, we need to reach out to the industry. Hence, today we will listen to the voice of industry. Quite often we speak to industry about what we think industry must do. But today we are partners, sharing expertise, sharing our wisdom, shaping the future for our young people and adults in the system. And this is a paradigm shift. it is not, what we would have seen in the past. And therefore, Program Director, the department realizes that the sector needs industry, and the partnership between the sector and industry is crucial. There are certain questions that are important which needs to shape the conversations in the commissions, and perhaps that is the essence of my input this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The first question is, what are the perspectives of student placements for experiential learning? What advice do they have for TVET colleges? Which areas can they support TVET colleges on? So there are specific questions on the basis on which we are engaging industry this afternoon. And we are hoping that in the commissions, we will start to tease out these issues and facilitate a conversation which is technically not a department, taking, much of the space, but it is going to be an opportunity to engage, industry using these questions. Which areas, for example, can they support TVET colleges on? What are the views of industry on strengthening network collaboration and strategic partnerships with TVET colleges? Where are the colleges falling short? What support can industry provide in this regard? I think it's important that in the commissions, these questions help us to improve the facilitation of a useful conversation in these areas. Industry will also share their views on how to develop a digital transformation strategy for the TVET sector to improve overall efficiency. And I think on this issue, I would like to come back, particularly when I speak specifically about the Commission on Digital Transformation, because there are specific issues which are crucial in that regard. In the last couple of days, we launched the first laboratory on artificial intelligence at Orbit College. And we asked a couple of questions about the role of industry in developing the artificial intelligence as one of the mega projects that drives our vision for an integrated and coordinated system. And I think this it's really crucial. What role can industry play to accelerate the fourth industrial initiatives? I think I indicated earlier that I wish to come back on this issue because it's quite fundamental to how we seek to drive transformation going forward. Our TVET colleges, the officials of our department, the Deputy Directors General that have been introduced here, DDG Samuel,
1.63, 1.64
Zungu,
41 to 243 is breakaway.
Samuel.
46 breakaway. What have they added in?
DDG Christopher.
So that.
Mbalo.
So each side is one.
Yeah. I think they are here. I was speaking to DDG Fujana earlier on, DDG Gasa earlier on, DDG Bobo Vava. There are also senior officials in the office of the minister and the office of the DG and the support team for all our branches that are here. recognized. So as a department, we have invested in this process, and we have brought in the entire team, technical teams, as well as the leaders and of various branches to help the facilitation that is required for us to be able to answer the questions that we have raised earlier on. Chairperson, we will have 2 panel discussions, and these panel discussions will include, firstly, our attempt to strengthen the network, collaboration and strategic partnership with TVET colleges. This is really, really important. Secondly, the digital transformation strategy for the TVET sector. And this is in addition to 7 commissions where all stakeholders can share their views and opinions in respect of how we strengthen the partnerships, but also at the same time deal with problems that the sector is confronted with, one of them being the scourge of gender-based violence, which has been acknowledged, and you will see in the commissions that we take care of these issues. And it's important for us to go through this conversation so that we shape the process that will produce the resolutions that will guide the sector for the next couple of years. When I met with the organizing team yesterday, I expressed my satisfaction that most of the topics that we have raised and some of the questions that emanate from the industry, as well as from the department and all our stakeholders, have been dealt with to some extent, given the limitations of the fact that we only have 2 days to deal with all of these issues. More importantly, in the commissions, there are recommendations to the Department of Higher Education and Training that must be considered, and there are also issues of implementation that we have to be dealt with. Allow me, as I conclude, colleagues, to be specific to Commission 1. Commission 1 will be dealing with strategic partnerships in infrastructure development and equipment of training facilities in our institutions. I think this is really crucial because it requires us to be soundly, oriented to existing plans for the department to deal with the issues of infrastructure. You know that we've just completed and established 2 new universities, Sol Plaatje University as well as Mpumalanga University. The issues of infrastructure, as the President would say, are central to our strategy for job creation. But for the post-school education and training system, it's more than that. We need to really engage issues of infrastructural development and equipping our institutions with the relevant training facilities. And I think the work that other commissions will be doing around the research and what research says is important will be taken into account in Commission 1 in the discussion, because our emphasis is strengthening partnerships for job creation and placement of our graduates. But I think we need to understand that there's also, or infrastructure presents other opportunities beyond this point. We need to, in Commission 2, to deal with the issue of improving lecturer and student placement opportunities in the industry.
We believe that if we collaborate with the industry in our conversation about the type of a lecturer, the type of student placement opportunities that are relevant, this will assist us, and we look forward to conversations in this regard. Strengthening curriculum responsiveness, perhaps if I were to really come out more clearly, I would say that one of the biggest challenges of this summit would be to look into the curriculum responsiveness of the sector, the agility of curriculum and program offerings, and the resilience for the meaningful participation in our economy. These are key issues which Commission 3 is going to be confronted with. We produce reports, and these reports, one of them is to assist and inform the Department of Home Affairs in the development of the critical skills list. And when we do so, and every year we try to update these programs and influence our institutions so that they shape the curricula towards the critical skills that are necessary. And we would like to make this emphasis in the system. The minister earlier indicated that even our funding policies and funding models have got to be adjusted so that they are aligned to the fact that we are a department of higher education and training, and the agenda for education is broader than just the needs of the economy. But it is important for us to also prioritize, because at our disposal are limited resources, and it's important for us to begin to say, if you are going to pursue other interests that institutions may have identified in the curricula, we will support you, but we will not support you financially. We will just support the motives, but financially we will reinvest the resources drawn from the taxes of the people of South Africa towards the priorities that every year we keep updating, working with research institutions across the country. If, for example, we take the report on, skills in high demand or occupations in high demand, you will recognize that every year that report is updated. The purpose of this report is to keep reminding institutions, and in this regard, our colleges, that we've got programs in place, but these programs must emphasize the following areas so that you assist and contribute towards building the type of a country that we envisaged. And I think this conversation is very important, because important policy decisions are going to have to be taken. And some of the policy options are not going to be popular. And because of that reason, we urge all our partners, the industry, to help us towards the shaping of the regime of curriculum development in the system that also help us to develop our own economy and protect the future of our children and the next generations to come. It is important that we do so. But we do understand that the education endeavor is much broader than just dealing with the narrow interests that are imposed on us by economic needs, issues of unemployment. It goes beyond this. But at this point in time, we are limited in terms of what we can do. And therefore, we are forced to say, these are the priorities, and therefore, we would like to indicate that whatever resources that we have, we will invest in the following areas. Commission 4 is going to be dealing with fostering youth employment and entrepreneurship. I think there is over-subscription in this commission in terms of interest in it. I think Ms. Mvalo will have to assist us to regulate so that all other commissions have sufficient, interactions, as it were. Commission 5 deals with developing capacity for TVET lecturers to meet the demands of the 21st century. I like the way this is crafted. The politics of human capital development lies in whose agenda is that development program, or whose agenda is it serving, or who drives that agenda. I think it's important that we specify that we are looking into the next century and we would like South Africa to pick up opportunity that is presented to us by the unprecedented technological revolution. Others would like to refer to it as the fourth industrial revolution. It's important that in the lecturer development initiatives, we understand that we are developing the lecturer of the next century. And I think this is very important. The 6th Commission on the state of TVET colleges, the issues around funding and research is crucial. In this regard, the Minister tasked the Ministerial task team on a comprehensive student model. And we had announced this in previous gatherings of this nature in the sector. And I think it's an issue that is well reported upon to all our partners. But it's important for me to alert you that that process has come to a point where the report has been tabled to the Minister. It has already been presented to the EXCO of our department for further engagements. And I think it should be expected that sooner we are going to engage our CEOs of SETAs. And may I take this opportunity to recognize each and every one of them and thank them for their contribution towards making this particular summit a success that it is, as I see it. In this regard, it's important that I do say that the issue of the TVET college funding is going to be very important. And the recommendations of the MTT that has been tasked to sponsor the views that will assist in the decision-making processes are appreciated and acknowledged. I trust, therefore, that in the commissions, this will be taken into account. And I think in the manner in which we've structured commissions, there will be officials that will assist to indicate the latest on these issues so that we don't go backwards, but we move quicker, especially now that we've reduced the time that we are going to be spending in the commissions. The role of the TVET colleges in the optimization or in optimal utilization, production, and allocation of the country's scarce resources is one of those commissions which, after we looked at our programs, we thought we need to respond to the needs of the country right now. The President of the Republic has addressed the nation around the issues of load shedding. But there are other issues that are, or challenges that are confronting the country, including the issues around food security and a host of other matters. We do not want to limit this commission to just looking at issues of load shedding, but we would like you to look at the host of other issues which are important to this sector as well. But it's important for us to recognize that the president has tabled a 10-point plan. This 10-point plan speaks specifically about how South Africa is going to turn around the issues around energy crisis in our country.
Hello?
And it would be a missed opportunity if a summit of this nature that comes at this opportune time will miss the opportunity to say to the president, we are human capital developers, and this is our pound of flesh in respect of what the agenda is that the president has tabled. I therefore urge the commissioners in this regard to engage specifically on the 10-point plan and indicate clearly what are our resolutions in response to the energy crisis in our country. And I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, friends, comrades and colleagues, that we look carefully into this issue and will be there to guide the conversations. But there are capable moderators that have been identified to actually, bring on board, modalities to facilitate the agenda towards the realization of these issues. But you can see that in the manner in which we frame the
let me just open something
we
here
have
that I can
clearly indicated that the
What's your
energy
number?
crisis
What's your number?
is not the only issue
that
that is important for the TVET sector. There are also
151?
issues, that are important other than this one. Day 2 will focus on the shift to gender-based violence and femicide in our country. I think that after the report
do you need the
of
one number
the
or something
Commission
for
on
it?
Gender Equity,
Okay, I'll send you a photo of the
this
car.
report which looked into a couple of TVET colleges. In fact, there were about 4 or 5 colleges which participated in the process that led to the generation of the report of the Commission. It was very clear to us after this report was presented to the department that extraordinary measures need to be taken in dealing with these matters. We cannot just, it can't be business as usual. And therefore, we urge our commissioners to look into these issues, that will be discussed on day 2 in the commissions as they start their conversations today. So that, even though this is in the agenda for day 2, but already conversations would have started in the 7 commissions that will be dealing with all other matters, because there aren't any issues that can be completed in the conversations that we have initiated without the issue around gender-based violence that confront the industry. The minister argues that the private sector in particular, needs to really, raise their voices on this issue. Government has moved quite significantly. I think on the side of government, the key issue is the issues around implementation and the steering mechanisms that are necessary to ensure that policies that have been developed on its implementation, there is some kind of agility and responsiveness to the issues of the workplace. And I think that is important. There will be 3 panel discussions which will include TVET colleges as a microcosm of communities and workplaces. We do understand that many challenges that are confronted by many of our institutions are as a result of the extension, of societal problems into institutions. And therefore, we need more comprehensive solutions to the problems that we are confronted with. The role of our TVET colleges and workplaces in managing gender-based violence and femicide, our panel discussions will look into promoting gender equality in the workplace. We also plan to acknowledge good achievement, ladies and gentlemen, in our TVET colleges, because in the TVET college landscape, DHET, we don't only have problems, but there are success stories as well. And we do not want to discuss problems such that we also miss an opportunity to inspire those who are still struggling in the sector on the basis of work that is done by their counterparts amongst all our TVET institutions. So it's important for us to acknowledge good achievement in this, and these acknowledgements will be made at the gala dinner tonight. This summit, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, is taking place at the back of the address by our president, as I've indicated. On Monday night, our president addressed the country where he outlined the emergency measures to deal with the country's electricity crisis, and I've made reference in this regard to the 10-point plan. There are 10 measures that the president spoke to, and these have been, referenced in my earlier comments. Therefore, over the next 3 months, Eskom will start to buy electricity from existing independent power producers. These are power plants which built more capacity than was required and can now supply this excess power to Eskom. The president has also indicated that we need to start a conversation at this or at platforms such as this one as to what skills are needed to support such initiatives. It is my expectation, ladies and gentlemen, that at the end of the summit, we make strong recommendations in this regard. Our minister has made himself available to directly engage the presidency on the basis of your recommendations. Here we are, not only just looking at long-term and sectorial issues narrowly, but we are firmly focusing on the needs of our country, because the TVET sector is an important sector for South Africa. And therefore, at this hour of need, we request that we come together to provide South Africa with solutions in this regard. Locally constructed parts for solar panels, when available, cost between 18% to over 30%. So says the recent study, which therefore means that the financial viability of new power projects is also something which needs to be taken into account in the conversations that will dedicate this particular area, particularly Commission number 7. What skills are needed by our youth to be able to produce these locally at a lower cost? The emphasis is local production of this solar panel instead of us importing this infrastructure and denying ourselves an opportunity to also deal with issues of unemployment in our country. The amount of new generation capacity procured through BEAT Window 6 for window and solar power will be doubled from the existing capacity. Further, BEAT windows will be released on an expedited basis, and therefore business representatives that I hear, and there's a number of them that I've had a conversation with during the short break, are invited to make their own contributions in this regard. These opportunities provide excellent avenues for us to actually look into youth issues, and the NYDA is represented here today, and we welcome the NYDA, and we request that as far as it is possible in all the 7 commissions, their representation spread across all of them, because the center of these conversations is about youth, it's about women, and it's about people living with disabilities. To incentivize greater uptake of rooftop solar, ESCOM will develop rules and a pricing structure known as a feed-in tariff for all commercial and residential installations on its network. This means, therefore, that those who can and have installed solar panels in their homes or businesses will be able to sell surplus power they don't need to sell to ESCOM. And I think this is really important. And I think the TVET sector sits at a strategic area which can provide further clarity on how we could assist South Africa in this regard. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude by thanking DDG Zungu and his entire team. And I make no exceptions. In particular, I wish to recognize the contribution by Northlink College. And in the morning, we were addressed and welcomed by the chair of council of Northlink College. And we thank you for your hospitality, and we thank you for your generosity. And we look forward to further engaging with but your responsibility, stated earlier, goes beyond just the hospitality. It also implies that the implementation of the resolution of this particular summit sits in the shoulders Mr. Madala, the regional director of the department in this regard. Thank you very much for your leadership and all your technical teams, and some of them, they are working tirelessly. It is good to see the entire sector united towards gender for that we have articulated earlier. I also wish to convey my gratitude to the industry partners. Many of them, when we engaged them, particularly late, very late, they took up the opportunity and they're here today without fail. But we have also said that those who are not here will have an opportunity to connect with us virtually. And if they want to send certain messages of support through the Deputy Director General, Ms. Zungu, we will like to acknowledge those messages of support to all of you. Your support, ladies and gentlemen, will enhance our efforts to create a PSET system that we can be proud of. Thank you, and we look forward to a successful summit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
All right, it's good to get a client that knows what he's looking for, because the consultant in me perhaps misled you on what is required. I apologize. Colleagues, amongst us, there's a dangerous person who's walking blind. Danger to herself or him. Rest of us lost and found glasses. So please can collect them from here. And a quick commercial. Casual Day South Africa. Oh, sorry. Casual Day is South Africa's leading fundraising and awareness campaign for persons with disabilities, and is the flagship project of the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities. They lead a campaign which encourages the public to contribute financially through a small donation of 20 Rand per sticker, and at the same time lobbies for the full inclusion and equity of persons with disabilities. So outside here, Miss Leandra May will set up a stall where you are welcome to buy a sticker for 20 Rand. Please do support. This is important. Colleagues, from now on, I will hand over to the moderator that will moderate, Ms. Aruna Singh, that will moderate the next segment. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. And thank you very much, DG, Dr. Sishi, for setting the scene for this next session and for also granting permission, which I accept, to declare all protocols in place. Ladies and gentlemen, this session takes us into a slightly different format from what we've had today up to this point. It's a panel discussion, and I really see it as your opportunity to engage. But we don't have too much of time. If you look at the program, it's just half an hour, and there are different elements to it. So I really want to go straight into it, and this will be the format. Before I do that, just to introduce myself, I am Aruna Singh, as you've seen on the program, and I am the Chief Director for TVET programs and qualifications in the department. We have before us 4 esteemed panelists. The format will be, I will allow each one of the panelists 3 minutes to introduce themselves and then to make some opening remarks. So panelists, you will have to look at me because in the interest of time, I'm going to wave at you when your 3 minutes are done. So you know you have a few more seconds to round off. I'm sorry, I know 3 minutes is not a heck of a lot of time, but we are just taking into account the fact that we are running quite late. After which, ladies and gentlemen, we will open the discussion to the floor, and that's a very important time. We will take 3 questions at a time, just to manage the time allocation. And I really appeal to you, as you listen and you feel you have a question or a remark to make or something to differ on even, please write it down. It's important to write it down, especially when we want to be succinct. And if it sounds too long, use the time to whittle it down. And essentially, I'm saying, make it as crisp as possible so that when you pose your question, it is succinct and you get to the nub of the matter. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to hand over to our panelists who will, as I said, introduce themselves and make their opening remarks. Over to you. We start off from the side.
Good afternoon. My name is Paulus Mashaba. I am director at the SIFSA Training Center, SIFSA being the Steel and Engineering Industries Federation of Southern Africa. Topic at hand, I think one must look at a few pockets of excellence where strategic collaborations are working. I'd like to maybe depart with how a CETA works between employers and a CETA. There is a structure where an employer generally applies for it once in terms of a program that will develop people, receive the funding and execute it. By the time the CETA responds to the employer, we want to. I have found in my past experience that this model works. As I was previously a group operations training manager of Scometal's group, we used to take close to about 200, 300 TVET learners in an internship program. We used to work with Swane South, we used to work with Ekurhuleni East and various other TVET colleges. However, we had found our success when we tweaked the model a bit. where TVET colleges had access to a pocket of funding which we would top up. We would request, in terms of a stipend, we would request that the TVET tops it up into the employer. Why would we do that? For one is you start, a learner is a strange person. If I know you are an employer and you are solely liable to me, the learner actually takes the time to learn and grow. But if there are two centers of who's responsible in the program, it seemingly doesn't work as much. Take again how the center of specialization was structured. That's exactly why we went to the employer and we disperse funding to the employer so that they are in charge of the learner directly. That minor tweak might seem like a minute thing, but it actually means quite a lot in terms of strategic partnerships and strengthening the collaboration between TVET colleges and employers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aruna. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tipilwani. Putsisi is my surname. I'm the principal of Moteo TVET College and the president of SACPO. In terms of the white paper on post-school education and training, the highest priority of the department is to strengthen and expand TVET colleges and make them attractive institutions of choice. And in addition to that, strengthening partnerships with employers, both at systemic level and individual college level, has also taken a center stage. But the worrying factor is colleges come from different backgrounds. There are those colleges that during the past era were more advantaged than others. But unfortunately, at the current moment, we compare all colleges and treat them the same, irrespective of the historical background. And when it comes to support and the strengthening and capacitation, more especially around collaboration, partnerships, networks, we need to look at our strategies and approach. Sectors have got the sector skills plans, which direct the interest of a particular sector. And their funding is biased towards that, irrespective of what the situation out there dictates towards responsiveness of TVET colleges. We cannot expect colleges to turn the wheel with no adequate support and biased funding towards making sure that colleges are responsive in their program offerings. I'm saying this, Program Director, because some colleges are strong enough to look for resources and design and develop and implement programs that would respond to the needs of the labor market and help reduce on high unemployment rate. But not all colleges are able to do so. So this discussion on networks, collaboration, and strengthening strategic partnerships, to me, it is quite compelling for us to change the approach and the strategies in terms of how we view TVET colleges and what we want TVET colleges to do. I haven't heard, I might be wrong, Program Director, in terms of the presence of the quality councils. I'm not sure whether they're here. In particular, the QCTO. We are moving to an era where we're talking about occupational qualifications. And that would be the driving force in making sure that the TVET colleges are responsive enough. Strategic partnership is key, and industries, your participation and your support towards TVET colleges is highly appreciated and required. But we need to look at the local industries, local community needs, what this country is envisaging towards in making sure that we respond to high unemployment rate and making colleges responsive as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Jamila Nyigana. I'm the HR executive for Clicks Retailers, the health and beauty chain. I'm hoping all of you are our customers, otherwise my bonus is at stake. Chair, in response to this question around strategic partnerships, I thought let me share with you a glimpse into my world. This is the largest retail pharmacy chain in the country outside of government. We have around 17,000 employees across 5 countries. 70% of our employees are below the age of 35. 60% are female. So when we talk about youth employment, when we talk about gender-based violence, we are at the center of it. Because a lot of our employees would be those mothers, those sisters, those aunts that get to be either directly impacted or indirectly by gender-based violence. So I'm also going to respond in this way to give you context around my last week and my next month, just to set the scene, because when we talk about strategic partnerships, it has to be in context. And I would like you to understand a little bit of my world. So in the last week, we've had load shedding in South Africa. In the last week, we've had a number of our employees either raped, mugged, or had some of their family members suffering the same. In the last week, I've had over 500 customer complaints around service. In the last week, I've had 92 employees resigning and around 128 employees joining the organization. All so that we can take care of our customers. That context. What am I faced with in the next month? We are opening 21 new stores across South Africa, which means I would need anything from 120 to 150 employees across retail, pharmacy, and our distribution centers. I also forgot to say this around last week. I had our business, and I say I because I am the HR executive, so I am in charge of looking after our employees. We had one customer in our store in Brixton and Joburg who walked into the store and collapsed and died. We had 2 armed robberies and one where 10 gunmen walked into our store and robbed the store. For me, that's the context under which I work. And as we set up our strategic partnerships, I would like you guys to take that into context and keep that in mind. To say, when we look around skills development, when we look around building capability for today and tomorrow, which is one of my key mandates, it happens in context. So often I get a sense, even when we engage across industry, we get, that industry is not responsive, industry is not doing that. So please, I'm telling you this story to say, when we build strategic partnerships which are critical for us to succeed, our country needs it, our young people need it, we need it. We have to keep all of that. We have to look at an integrated and holistic solution around that, where it is not just about the CETA, it is not just about the TVET college, which many of you we are partnering with. It is not just about the Department of Higher Education, it's around collectively, how do we come up with solutions that are relevant for today and tomorrow, that are responsive to what we need, and that are centered around the learner. In your language, for me, it's the employee that we have to look at. So thank you. I'm hoping we'll have further engagements around that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gugu Mkize, and I am the CEO of the Insurance CETA. Fortunately, moderator, I am anchored by all the CEOs of the other 21 CETAs. And when it comes to the topic or issue of collective collaborations and strategic partnerships, I think the CETAs are leading from the front in that aspect. And having solicited some of the inputs regarding some key issues that we should raise on the topic of collaborations and strategic partnerships, we've identified a number of areas as CETAs which we believe are key in assisting to strengthen the collaborations and partnerships. One of them, or the first one, being the issue of research and innovation, which in our view is a critical aspect, especially around the TVET colleges, because that should be the anchor of planning and assisting with ensuring that the qualifications or programs that are delivered in the TVET space are aligned to the industry, or industries rather. Borrow from the minister's words, he said CETAs are the facilitators of a marriage between the learners or beneficiaries and the sector. So it's important that research that is undertaken is responsive to the industries within which we are serving. And CETAs are very critical because we fund research and we support initiatives around research and innovation. The second area that we wanted to also highlight was the issue of the changing world of technology and how our world has changed, and therefore it's important to align the delivery of learning with how the world of work is. Just to make an example from my sector in the insurance space, currently 90% of the employers are operating virtually, and the buildings that you see, some of the buildings that you see even around here where companies such as your Sanlam, your Discovery are empty because most of the companies are operating virtually. And it's important that there is alignment between what happens in the TVET colleges and the preparation towards a virtual world in terms of employment. Curriculum development or curriculum design is a critical aspect that we believe as CETAs we can play a critical role. We're already playing a critical role in supporting the TVET colleges. There are colleges that we have accredited on the courses or programs that we deliver in terms of ensuring that we have the kind of support that is required by the industries. I think Dr. Putsitsi mentioned the example of CETA undertaking a lot of research and also the sector skills plan. We use those sector skills plans to plan as a planning instrument for our CETAs, and therefore when we approach the TVET colleges in terms of developing the programs, we use that information. The other critical aspect that we thought is important is infrastructure development, which I think we will talk to as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists, for those very insightful and I would say very passionate opening remarks. And it certainly leads us into some discussion for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the panel discussion topic is strengthening network collaboration and strategic partnerships with TVET colleges. And without a doubt, this is the backbone of quality vocational education and training. Without these partnerships, quality vocational education and training cannot happen. So we will remain true to this theme as the discussions, the questions, the remarks, and so forth unfold. I am going to now take it to the floor. We are going to number you 1, 2, and 3 at a time. First hands come first and get recorded. And please indicate your name, the organization, the entity, or the sector that you come from, And as I indicated earlier, please try to be as succinct as possible so that we can allow more people to have their say in this short time that we have. So the floor is open, and here we go. One hand up, the lady in red on this side. I can't quite see that far. It's a gentleman. Just remember you are number 2. Okay. And a third hand. The light is a bit blinding for me. Is there a third hand? Okay, I can just see the one here right at the back. Okay, number 3. Let's go with these 3, and we'll allow the panelists to respond after these 3. And please do indicate the panelist you would like to respond to your question. If it isn't a question, then it's fine. If it's just a statement, it's okay. We allow that. So over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. I trust everybody can hear me. Greetings, colleagues, and thank you so much for the insightful conversation. To introduce myself, my name is Anusha Naika, and I'm the country director of a small NGO called the International Youth Foundation. And we work in the space of youth employability and empowerment with fellow TVET colleges across the country under the auspices of the Department of Higher Education and Training. To this end, I'd like to mention that we have launched a program called High Gear in partnership with an industry body called NACAM, which is the National Association of Automotive Component and Allied Manufacturers, that is enabling closer partnership and engagement between select TVET colleges and the association itself, that is enabling key curriculum upgrades to make both learners and employers responsive to the system. Additionally, I would mention a speaker spoke briefly about international partnerships, and I'm pleased to advise that in our partnership with Google.org, as well as the De Beers Group, we have moved just over 400 young people through our programming into gainful or meaningful employment. And I think if we're able to do that as a small NGO, my question to particularly, I would say, the principal, as well as the lady from the CETA, it's clear from what I'm saying, we have a proof of concept that works. It is evidenced. Yes, 400 is not 4,000, it is not 14,000, it's not a massive number, but we have changed the lives of 400 young people, and I would like to say 400 families. What is the appetite for colleges or the CETAs to collaborate meaningfully, particularly where we have a proof of concept that works? That is my question, but I will also take 30 seconds to mention Mr. DG Sir, Mr. DDG, whilst I acknowledge that the department doesn't provide funding, you know, we go out and we find funding for the work that we do. You do provide us with resources, which we are most grateful for. You have a system that works. Your classroom has a monetary value attached to it, and we must recognize that. Your lecturers have a monetary value attached to them, and we must recognize that, without which we wouldn't be able to do the work that we do. So you do enable us with rands and cents value as well in your system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that the final point was very powerful. The DHET doesn't really realize the kind of monetary value it has embedded in the system. Could we go to the hand that we had at the back?
Are you on network line now?
Good afternoon. It's Luke from Adapt IT. Just one central question from my end. I wanted to ask directly whether the colleges themselves feel they are ready to manage partnerships. I also wanted to pose the question to the CETA community, whether or not they, on their side, prepared directly to play this Lobola role that the minister was talking to, in terms of bridging, obviously, industry as well as institutions of higher learning. And we asked that question, colleagues, because we have from our own side made quite a number of attempts to reach out to institutions and even to CETAs to make sure that this partnership is by definition quite effective. And I would dare say that our experience is that perhaps the institutions don't necessarily be well geared to take this up. It may be a question of structure, it may be a question of people that are supposed to be championing this that may not be there. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, are the panelists, I think the principal, are you clear about the question? Okay, all right, as long as there's clarity on that. And then the last of the three we had on this side, I think it was a gentleman. We have you. Come on. Hello, are you still there? Sorry. On this side. Oh, okay, all right. Somebody on this side.
Thank you. Excellent. I'd like to know, we've been hearing, sorry, let me introduce myself. I'm Valdila de Vries from the Manenberg People's Center. Now, our center is located
What's happening here Friday?
40 years in very poverty-stricken Manenberg. Now, most of the community of any sort. And we get a lot of learnings coming colleges and universities and cannot find work. Now, my concern is we've been speaking about the private sector, but I'm concerned that the public sector should take up more of the learners, because just recently I saw a tender document for a skilled school in Manenberg to the value of 84 million, but it only accommodates 5 students to be taken up. And I think that is gross for an area where there are so many unemployed.
It's actually not expensive to replace a scourge windscreen.
Thank you.
In one city, PG Gloss.
Thank you, ma'am. Is that a question for the CETA, I suppose? Is the project you were referring to a CETA?
It's a public works program.
A public works program.
In conjunction with the Department of Education.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure if any of the panelists will be able to take that up, but if you can speak to it, perhaps, but otherwise we'll regard it as a statement or a remark, and it's appreciated. I want to hand over now to the panelists so that we deal with this batch of questions, and then perhaps take another 3 if there are people happy to ask questions or make remarks. Over to you, panelists.
Thank you, Aruna. The first person, the question was about the appetite for collaboration. TVET colleges have a clear mandate in terms of skills development, and we are highly indebted to this that
Your room is not showing.
in collaboration, partnerships, and networking, not ensuring employability of our students. Besides employability, is the issue of giving our students workplace experience. And all SMMEs, all companies, the business and industry, are key towards ensuring that our students receive the workplace experience for them also to complete their qualification. And other than that, in the student support services framework, there is support, which is part of placement, is part thereof. So smaller companies, when you have opportunities for our students to come and do their workplace experience, they are part of them completing their qualification. It's part of us collaborating and networking with you and strengthening our partnership. Let me talk to the question by Mr. Kubushe in terms of our colleges ready for industry partnerships. I'm sure earlier on, in my message of support, I indicated that TVET colleges principals performance agreements have a new KRA which talks to partnerships and linkages. Colleges have always been, and by their nature, interacting with business and how do we collaborate? And what approach are we following? Some of the business and industry knock at our doors, but do not communicate to the relevant parties within the institution. And that defeats the purpose of you making an impact. This forum itself today has brought about a fertile environment for us to interact further. And for a successful partnership to be realized, parties have to have their roles and responsibilities clearly defined. Some of the organizations would approach TVET colleges not with the intention to support the cause. We know that business is business, but we need to prioritize our students and make sure that they benefit from the marriage created. Let me pause there, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you. There were two questions posed. The first one was around the proof of concept, and I think in my response, I'm going to try and just indicate that the CTICC already have what I call employability programs, like your learnerships, work integrated learning, as well as the internships. And we already fund the concepts that are submitted to us, obviously based on different processes that we follow. So the question of whether, if there is a successful concept that is being implemented out there, we do support such initiative, but obviously within our processes and also within the approval in terms of the budget availability. And then there was another second question which was talking about the lobola negotiations. We are, as CTICC, poised. In fact, we have already been poised for many years to play a facilitation role. If you look at the model for applying for funding in the different CTICCs, there are different models, but one of the successful models that work is the one where the employer applies directly to the CTICC for the employment programs like internships and benefits, which is what we are doing in my specific CTICC. That helps with indicating demand such that when we approve for our employers the programs that they've applied for, it means they will then indicate and give us a specific in terms of what percentage of absorption they are going to give us at the end of the program. So if they are applying for learnerships, or they're applying for internships, they can also give us an indicator to say we would absorb 10%, absorb whatever percentage they give us. But there are different models that are being implemented or used by CTICCs, and all of them are effective, and they are specific to the sector or the industry that they are operating in. So in terms of a facilitation role, we are already playing that role, and there is information that is available also in the different websites of the different CTICCs on how to access our funding opportunities and also how to apply, as well as compliance requirements that are also listed on the websites. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the participants who posed questions or made remarks, and to our panelists for answering those questions that were posed. Program Director, with your permission, I'm going to ask for 3 more questions. If you don't allow it, then you'll be the bad guy. Can I proceed with another 3? So we're not going to have it? Well, let's do it. Okay, 3 hands, the last 3 hands. And please forgive me because I can only see who I see in the order that it appears. The gentleman here on the extreme left. There's a lady here in front, yes. Okay, the multicolored lady. And one more, if there is. There's somebody, is it Mr. Msipa? Oh, okay. Mr. Msipa will be the 3rd one. Thank you very much. Let's start off on this side, number 1.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Timudziwe Vele. I am the Director, Curriculum Development and Support in the TVET branch. I just want to give my input on one of the questions that were asked here about the appetite of TVET colleges or the TVET system on formulating partnerships with industry. I think the sentiments expressed in the question seems to lean on the conclusion that we don't have the required appetite. I just want to allay those fears, but also by indicating some of the issues that arise that may seem as if there is no requisite appetite. We must always remember that partnerships that TVET colleges or the TVET system forges with industry are for the benefits of students, which means that they are for the benefits of enhancing quality of teaching and learning, and also development of skills within those TVET colleges. So those basics have to always be in the propositions for any partnership. There are instances we interact with a lot of people from industry, and when propositions are made, that seems to benefit more the enterprise approach of the industry partner and less of the enhancement of the core business of TVET colleges, which is development of skills through teaching and learning. Then it may seem as if the appetite is low. But we have to look for those, we have to look after the interests of the core business of TVET colleges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't know that was Mr. Vele. We don't want a bias towards the department's inputs, but thank you for that. And I think to be fair, we are going to add 2 more hands because Mr. Msipa is also from the department, and I didn't envisage that was going to be the case. So if I could have 2 more hands to augment the participation, and it must be participation from our stakeholders. 2. Okay, Program Director, I'm going to leave those 2 to you. Okay, so if we can move to the lady here in front, and then Mr. Msipa, and then to the other 2. Thank you.
Yes. Madam, today's theme is TVET College Industry Partnership. And in the partnerships, I want to be honest. I want to make a proposal that is very honest. Brutal honesty is needed here. We have rural TVET colleges. There is the industry in the urban areas and peri-urban areas. I want us to really, I was at the Eastern Cape where I come from, or I forgot to introduce myself. Maybe you won't even add value to what I'm going to say. I come from Ingwe TVET College. I'm the Deputy Principal, Innovation and Development. And I'm worried There are no industry where I am. Guys come to us and
appetite, but linked to the appetite, Chairperson, is the repelling factors. What makes industry attracted to TVET colleges and the other way around? You know, what repels industry and the TVET colleges from each other? Now, that framework in my view needs to go beyond paper and a set of skills plans to a more concrete plan which can be monitored and evaluated, informed by a database of the demand in terms of the placement and the supply in the
I think now when you start to find our will, ask how many students needs to be funded. This 17, 18, 29, putting students with unemployment. So respond to the pool of students that we produce at TVET colleges by increasing funding for those students.
Thank you.
I will not speak about the delay of payments because this is not the meeting for that. The last one, Chairperson, is the development of our workshops. The minister was correct. The equipment that you find there is very, very, very old. We invite sitters to go and visit our workshop for them to be accredited to speak to the Mercedes-Benz or VW that the minister was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the very last hand for the session. If it's not there, oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, short and succinct.
Thank you, short and succinct. We will see big employers here, but I'm disappointed we're scratching the surface with smaller industry partners. I'm just wondering whether big companies, the BMWs, the Nissans, the Ford, the Impalas, do not take this summit very serious, or they were not invited. The massive number of learners that are being trained by TVET College. We are scratching the surface because we are dealing with small employers. The big employers are really not coming to the party. And that's just my concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Diriji Zungu, maybe you could make a comment on that. Why not the big employers? We only have small employers here. There's a particular view being expressed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for those questions. I'm going to give the panelists a minute each, unfortunately, to just wrap up very broadly your responses to the collection of questions we've had in this last batch. Thank you. You may go from...
Yeah, let me give a broad response, Chairperson. The TVET colleges have got academic boards where business and industry representatives should sit and influence the program qualification mix of colleges. And with the sitters in the research that they do sectorally, look at where colleges are stationed and the local economic needs. That would help deal with the problem that colleagues are raising of the colleges not being in highly industrialized area. You could be in an agricultural space and offer programs that are relevant to the needs of your local community. Over and above that, Chair, the industry must also indicate to colleges what kind of skills are required. That is why their participation in the academic boards is critical. They would influence the choice of programs and review of the curriculum from time to time. That would assist a great deal, and that would influence the decisions that sitters will take in terms of where to channel funding. Over and above that, we have lecturers that have to go for training and placement within the industry. Open your doors for us. The department is supporting us for our lecturers to be quite skilled and capable for them to deliver the programs. Just to make an example, Fort South Africa gave colleges the modern type equipment, the double cab bakkies in their workshops. For those lecturers to be able to dismantle the engines and teach students, they need the support of Fort South Africa to train them and afford them a space in their plans. Same with our students. So the support of business and industry is highly required. Come to colleges, join us, and influence our program qualification mix. And over and above what the colleague from Eastern Cape indicated, some colleges are running businesses. They have restaurants that they have turned into training space as well as a workplace. In cases where there are limitations in terms of industries, that could be one possibility. Let me not take a long time.
Thank you.
Say much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As a small, very small employer, I'll try not to take offense. I think, let me just respond to a comment that a gentleman made that side. I think as we forge through these strategic partnerships, we have to try and find each other around the core business of what, because the two sides around integrated workplace learning is around theory and practical. So as one of the recommendations is to say, where does one meet each other in these lobola negotiations that she will facilitate? Because often some of the challenges that we have is the bleeding of the theoretical space into the practical. Remember, when your learners come into industry, I have to contextualize the theory for them in practice. And so sometimes when you are saying from the TVET college's mandate, you are bleeding into my space, and sometimes it is not possible for me to do practical, how it plays out. So one of the partnerships and areas we have to look at is around curriculum development, yes, but around assessments and the practical space around it. So we have to find each other somewhere. The second part, I think it's a question around the lady that spoke around that. I would tell you, I know my industry colleague earlier gave commitment around numbers. And on this one, I'll respond on behalf of the retail, wholesale and retail sector. We are one of the biggest contributors of whole partnerships between the CETA, wholesale and retail, health and welfare, insurance, across. So we do host learners, but I think it's what my colleague here said around whether are you participating, do you have the right mix of curriculum? Because again, to my comment, if I'm opening 21 stores largely in the Eastern Cape and Gauteng, I know that those partnerships would be important. We work with, I know Mutewa is on the list, Gauteng, Southwest, Buffalo, a lot of those TVET colleges, we actually partner because for us, the entry-level roles that we have, especially in our front shop, and sometimes in our HR departments, in our regional offices, in our logistics, I think my industry colleague was talking around manufacturing. So the partnerships are there. I think the last part really around the appetite. I would like us to move beyond that question. Because if we're still talking about the appetite, we're missing the point. We already married. Maybe you pay part deposit on the lobola or something, but we are in this together. The questions we have to be asking is around how do we enhance that? How do we move to the next level? How do we look around the whole rural divide? How do we talk around digital, the fourth industrial revolution? 4IR, so you know what I'm talking about. So really, can we lift the engagement around what do we need to do differently? One of those is, can we have one contact person? You know, because in the company, you'll only talk to one person, either HR or learning and development. And can we stop allowing, my plea to you is, please don't let your learners look for internships or workplace experiences for themselves because it opens them up to abuse. So the appetite is there. There is a relationship. How do we elevate it? And then to the gentleman at the end, there are big industry players. Maybe you wanted someone different in the panel, but industry is committed. The issue of youth unemployment is one that is very important to how we take this country
forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Would any of the other panelists, you want to come in, Ms. Mkhize?
Thank you. I think we've elevated the conversations to beyond issues of appetite. And I think if we're going to see successful or enhanced, strengthened strategic partnerships, we need to come up with concrete plans on what exactly are the gaps in the current partnerships that we are having as the post-school education sector, and then look at how do we then close those gaps and be clear about what priorities we need to focus on. I touched on the issue of infrastructure. Already CETAs are making a significant contribution towards supporting the TVET college sector in the infrastructure development, in the infrastructure. CETAs like the WNR CETA as well as the construction CETA and many others are already playing in that space towards ensuring that we are modernizing the infrastructure that is in the TVET colleges, but we are also ensuring that there's alignment in the requirements of the industries, different industries, so that the programs that are offered and the practicals that are being implemented are being done, they are done on the latest information or latest infrastructure. We are committed to making sure that this marriage works in the sector, albeit all the problems that are there or challenges that we have, but we are committed to ensuring that the strategic partnerships continue to be elevated and continue to be strengthened as CETAs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the gentleman who has been of the fewest words so far.
Ah, yes. You have to give the ladies a chance and people to hear about it. So I'd just like to touch on a few points that have been mentioned. I'm of an open view that colleges are ready to partner. I've had first-hand experience in partnering with TVET colleges, you know. Once you find each other, once you have a framework of working, things flow on smoothly. So that is there. I have said it earlier, the frameworks are there, the policies are there, the partnerships are possible. And then secondly, I'd like to talk to the issue of rural colleges. I said earlier, we want to have presence in the TVET colleges within South Africa so as to expand our capability as CTICC. One thing of doing that is to partner, in particular with an intention to partner with rural colleges. I do not believe that you do not have enough accessible work to actually accommodate your practical workplace experience. I will explain by one. Is as part of your developing your infrastructure as a college, learners have access to that infrastructure to learn and develop. DDG Mbalo was at our training center last week launching it. I explained to him that we actually took over the training center a year ago. A lot of the work that was done in that training center, developing it, wiring it, plumbing works, and everything was done actually by our students, monitored by their facilitators. You would also need to appreciate, in particular to the response to Mr. Matlo at the back. Yes, we always want to have big employers, big numbers, but I'm of the view that a learner actually gets exposed much better with a smaller employer because they get to do everything. So I wouldn't want, and smaller employers are hungry to take on learners. And once they enjoy and they succeed in taking on learners, you'll find that they take more. And CTICC, in its focus, is assisting a lot of small manufacturers in taking apprentices, in taking interns, and what we are finding every year, if they start with 2, next year is 5, and it's 10, and they grow with the company, and they have a much better chance of being fully employed in the company. So, in closing, I'd like to say the frameworks are there, and for the rural colleges, your doors are open as I gather. Soon you will be seeing us, and we'll be talking strategic partnerships in terms of what we need to look in getting you in the same path as an urban and urban colleges. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note of a marriage of hearts that we've heard about, please give a round of applause to all of our panelists. And whilst we prepare for the next panel to come on board, may we afford the DDG the opportunity to come and take the podium for his, you will speak from there. It's over to you, DDG. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, moderator, Ms. Singh. But I think the panel is covered, DG, because the reason why I wanted to respond was because of the question that was raised by Gogo Sharon. I call her Gogo Sharon. She likes to be called like that. I don't know why. From Ingwe TVET College, in relation to rural TVET colleges. Missing, I think we would probably need to have DG another boss Berald with our, particularly the deputy principal's innovation. The fact that you are in innovation, I have Dr. Patel here. I call him usual suspect because we always meet in certain ministerial task team or some of the trips overseas. He used to say, let's think not out of the box, but as if there is no box. And I think that's what we need to do. For me, what is key, colleagues, issue of packaging your program qualification mix becomes critical. What informs that qualification or program qualification mix is your surroundings. So if you say to me, we have a challenge because you are a rural college, and you can't place your learners, then I pose a question to you, how did you arrive to a decision to say, in this campus, I'm offering human resource, I'm offering hospitality, I'm offering this. What informed that PQM? Hence, I was saying, DG, for you to make a submission to Obo Babu Temba on your strategic plan in terms of your programs offerings, you're gonna have to provide me the list of partners that you have where your learners will be placed. If you can't do that, it means you are adding to this sausage machine that is forever producing this sausage that nobody knows where and by whom is gonna be purchased. It might stay there for more than 18 months, DG, while it's looking for the buyer. We don't want that. We want academic services president to go back in your academic task. Let's really look at your PQM. I have a gentleman here, I don't know where he is, from Germany, Mr. Marangi. Oh, he's here. Who took me to what they call in Germany is a rural setting. You know, their rural setting, my rural setting is different. But he took me to a small town called Rheine. Their focus area is agriculture, nothing else. And there's no way that you're going to find a situation where you can't place a student in agriculture. Agriculture is vast. You've got mechanical engineers, you've got electrical engineers, you've got plumbers, you've got welders, you've got boiler makers, a whole range. You've got people that have to market whatever that has been produced. You've got people that have to process through food bev, whatever that has been planted somewhere there. So colleagues, let's stop excuses.
Okay.
Let's get the business to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, earlier on we announced the people that are going to be forming the second panel discussion. So please get ready. But before we get that, it is with sadness that we announce the tragic news that have befallen the sector. Today, 5 staff members of Ikhala TVET College in the Eastern Cape who were traveling between, I think, Queenstown to Alwal North sadly met an accident. 3 staff members and 2 interns sadly passed away. May we please stand just to observe a moment of silence. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you. The next panel of discussion will be moderated by Dr. Nick Bakstrian, the Regional Manager of Mpumalanga in the Northwest. May we please, without much delay, have Dr. Raymond Patel, CEO of Torapa Holdings, Mr. Andile Stofile, Microsoft, Ms. Fulara Data, TCS Eon Head, Tata Consulting, Mr. Lukolo Khubushe, MD Education at Adopted, Mr. Matume Matibane, CEO MICT CETA, Mr. D. Mukwena, Principal Orbit College, Mr. Temba Kinana, Business Development Executive at Vodacom. Can we please have them, given our limited time, we want to try and cut this now within the shortest time we can manage. Doctor, I'll hand it over to you with your 30 minutes. Please control Raymond.
Thank you, Program Director. DG, DDGs, CFO, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon to you. I really enjoyed the previous panel discussion, full of energy, lots of passion, but what really struck me was the commitment from our CETAs and our business partners. Can we give them a round of applause? So DG, thank you for setting the tone and setting the scene for my discussion, this panel discussion. It makes my job a little bit easier. This panel, ladies and gentlemen, will discuss a digital transformation strategy for the TVET sector. I must say from my personal experience, when COVID hit us, we were not ready. We then started developing capacity, developing resources, but I think this strategy will actually help us should we come across a similar circumstance later on. DG, whenever you speak to emphasize the importance of using technology to enhance the efficiency of the DHET and its institutions so that we can better serve our communities, especially the poorest of the poor. So I'm sure this engagement will be very close to your heart. But in terms of background, like the Minister indicated earlier on, much work has already been done. The Minister has appointed a 4IR Ministerial task team. Part of their mandate was the development of a digital transformation strategy where significant progress has already been made. In addition, the DHET has appointed one of its strategic partners, GIZ, to carry out research in our TVET colleges so as to identify what gaps are there and provide recommendations that will guide the DHET digital transformation strategy. This work has been completed and the DHET is in the process of interrogating that report. There have also been a number of significant departmental interventions on this transformation journey. I will just mention 2 of them. Firstly, the DHET has invested massively in the connecting of all TVET colleges on the SANREN network, similar to our 21 universities. so that colleges can have access to high-speed and high-quality connectivity, which is essential for blended learning. Secondly, the DG has approved guidelines for digital transformation, which has a special focus on blended learning for TVET colleges. These guidelines were workshopped with all of our institutions, and colleges are at different levels of implementation therein. There are also a number of very interesting and commendable 4IR projects in our TVET colleges. And one of the speakers on the panel, Mr. Mokoena, will actually speak to us about artificial intelligence training in a state-of-the-art facility that has been built by Intel at his college. I must say, from my experience, the CTAs have been absolutely brilliant in supporting TVET colleges in 4IR initiatives, and some of it you heard today. Thanks, Ms. Singh. I will follow the same format that you followed. I will let the panel members introduce themselves, make a little presentation. I will also set my alarm here. And when the alarm goes off, then, ladies and gentlemen, you'll need to finish up. And then at the end, we can take some questions and have a discussion. But I also want to add that in the event you are not able to make your inputs or comments, the team has organized on social media where you can participate. And we also want to link the departmental website for further comments. So this will allow all of us to be able to participate. With those few words, my name is Nick Balkrishan, and I'm the Regional Manager for Northwest and Mpumalanga region. Over to my panel members. Let's start on the left-hand side. We have a mic.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, moderator. Good afternoon to the colleagues, and good afternoon to the fellow panelists. My name is Luxolo Khubusha, and I represent Adapt IT. From an Adapt IT perspective, we have been in the education business for over 34 years. Initially, we were referred to as ITS, and with the acquisition of that business by Adapt IT, it is now referred to as Adapt IT. And some may know that on the 4th of January this year, Adapt IT was acquired by Volaris, but we retained the name and the rest of our business functions as normal. I think to also lift on the examples of my colleagues from CLICS that was here, I think it's important to give some perspective also from an Adapt IT point of view. In that, first, we are a software business, therefore our interest is in technology. But over and above that, we have interest not only in education, but I think it's important to emphasize that we also have got interest in manufacturing, oil and gas, hospitality, telecoms, and therefore that does present a much broader platform for us to be able to engage and offer these partnerships across an array of industries and not just purely from an education point of view. One of our key contributions and our basis, I think, for the conversations we want to have today is that from an Adapt IT point of view, we are supporting close to 5 million students across the globe. And we have very strong presence, not only in South Africa, but across the SADC region, with presence in Europe as well as Asia Pacific. One of the key contributions we have been making in education has been with regards to the shift towards online application and registration. And I'm glad to say that in the past year, we had 1.6 million students that applied on our platform online. And I'm also glad to say that one of the key things we've been driving is actually the shift towards online application and registration for the TVET college sector. And some of them have been leading lights in that example. And in fact, Orbit here from Dr. Mugona's institution has been one of those, and that's been quite key for us. Secondly, with the 4IR that you spoke to, Mr. Christian, we have then had to look at the demands of the hybrid learning models now, and that is where our partnership with Model comes in. And I'm glad that we have been working with a number of institutions to address that. You've touched on 4IR as I finish my time. It's driven by 4 main areas, and I think once again it presents an opportunity here for us. Connectivity that you've already spoken to, But the second thing for us, it is on big data, the big data analytics. And the other element for us has been on cloud computing, which does present its own opportunities that we look at. What we have been engaging institutions on, and the basis of the question that I raised earlier on, from a readiness point of view, we've gone to institutions of higher learning, and we have said, from an adapt IT point of view, we are proposing a model of collaboration that is based on 4 main areas. The first area that we have been interested in has been to look at any IP that institutions have developed that we can actually commercialize. The second has been about co-investing with our partners in developing solutions that are of interest to education. Thirdly, it's been access to skills, and the last one, it has been on internships. And I'm glad to say that we've been able to do a pilot with Mateo, where we brought in chatbot technology to assist that institution practically in terms of the work that we are looking at from a collaboration point of view. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you so much. You did very well with time. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, moderator. DG, DDG, good afternoon, summit attendees, panelists. My name is Dika Mogwena, principal of Orbit College. One morning as I was sitting in my office, flashlight of my phone flashed as I was expecting a call from the front desk. The receptionist at the front desk was saying, Mr. Mogwena, your visitors are here. May you move forward to the boardroom and meet them. Indeed, with my team, we joined my visitors in the boardroom. Visitors which I was expecting. It was our second round of our meeting. The first meeting we had, it was on a Teams call. Now this second round, which was a virtual meeting, opening remarks from my visitors were saying after hard lockdown, this is the first physical meeting which they have. And the reason of them visiting the institution, firstly, was to do due diligence and to establish the location of the institution. In the meeting, as we exchanged ideas with these visitors who were our partners in the making, by the name of Intel International Company, we had our discussions. As we rolled forward with our discussions, it came out clear that what they were looking for in this second round of discussion was to ensure that it's a sound institution and the institution is there, and they have this program which they want to have a marriage with an institution in Africa. Are they going to land with a correct and the right institution? Why the story? The story is that for organizations to have partnerships, we should not have a business model which says whatever that hits the net is fish. At Orbit College, we've got a policy on partnerships. When we engage with potential partners, we know the framework and we know of what we are looking for. One thing which we do establish as we engaged with partners is one, is this relationship on students' awareness of the program, or is the relationship which we are establishing one, an empowerment, a skills development? What's the difference between the two? If it's for awareness, you will take students through the program and they will not find one, employment or be self-employed, because it was for awareness. But if it's for skills development, training and empowerment, at the exit of the program, they will either be self-employed or be employed. Now, as we engaged within the framework with this potential partner, within this policy framework that we have, the potential partner was pleased to see that the organization they intend to get into marriage with was sound, was strategic, and has its all operation points in order. Today, moderator, I'm happy to share with colleagues, industry, sitters, to say out of that meeting and other meetings we had thereafter, at Orbit College, we have one state-of-the-art artificial intelligence lab. This lab, it's the only lab in the world at that level. Yes, thank you. The marriage we have with...
I think the applause was to stop, sir. No, carry on.
I thought maybe you're saying you could have done better with a round of applause. The marriage that we have on programs of artificial intelligence is not of its own kind only in South Africa, it's of its own kind in the continent of Africa. A round of applause will do. Thank you, moderator. Let me pause for that.
Thank you so much. Let's pass the mic along. You also did well with time.
Thanks very much, moderator. And good afternoon to colleagues. Warm greetings to the DDG and also the DG and fellow CEOs across sitters who are present, and heads of TVET colleges present, including all colleagues belonging to the TVET colleges. Warm greetings to all of you. My name is Matumi Madivana. I'm from MICT. Let me indicate that I believe that at the center of digital transformation strategy for TVET is ensuring that we inculcate and entrench a culture of innovation, continuous research in science, innovation, and these extraordinary technologies. Ensure that we reposition ourselves such that our youth are best positioned to stay resilient at all times and embrace the dawn of the new era such that there is entrenched inculcating of culture of innovation across all TVET colleges, just beyond your universities and those other parts of the PSET system. At the center of what must be addressed is digital skills gaps. So we have an obligation to deliver cutting-edge future skills now more than ever. Qualifications developed by MICT over the past less than 24 months are more than 33 qualifications. They range from your artificial intelligence, all developed with QCTO in consultation with the industry, and qualification development practitioners. They range from your artificial intelligence, your cloud computing, your coding, drone technology, cyber security, your data science, your design thinking, your robotic processing, software and systems development, your Internet of Things, your cell phone and mobile devices and pairs, which has come in as one of the most viable qualifications that enable our young people to get easy or transition easy into entrepreneurship. It even led to a partnership between MICT and WNR such that we train, and then on the other hand, WNR would provide the necessary tools of trade in terms of containers, which will enable these young people in their respective communities, including townships, to have some containers where they can repair cell phones. Almost everybody in this room, as we speak, has a cell phone. So if we can build capacity and continuously ensure that in almost in every community there's someone who can repair a cell phone, to avoid people going to towns, but get cell phone and mobile devices repaired within our respective communities, the better it becomes. So where we are standing at SMICT, we've got partnerships with quite a number of TVET colleges, but we're maximizing on them. Just a week ago, we entered into another partnership with, I think it's Venda, some TVET college in Venda. We have some partnership with Yole Palale, Folozis, Kukuni, Northern Cape, Lovedale College, Ekuruleni, Northlink, Tshwane South, and many others, and to ensure that we appropriately fund them to be able to assist young people just beyond what we do with researchers across various universities, wherein we fund particular high-level studies such as your master's and doctoral studies, such that we continue to promote a culture of innovation amongst our young people. So we're saying TVETs can play a very, very vital role, even in becoming assembly points of digital equipment. I mean, South Africa, by now, we should be at a stage wherein if we fail to develop our own laptop, at the least, we should be able to assemble and have assembly points just across TVET colleges. Things like cell phone repairs. I mean, why should we continue to import things like cell phone? If we can't develop our own cell phone, at the least, we should be able by now with TVET colleges and our graduates have assembly point across our TVET colleges. And that's the position that we are taking as MICT. So major employers coming in mass to provide workplace learning, stable base infrastructure in terms of connectivity. It's part of what is important. I think big business has got a bigger role to play because government alone is operating with very limited budget. The issue of connectivity is something that the private sector should extend a hand in terms of assisting or complementing the government, just using even the basic triple helix model. Working with 2UT currently, developing a learner management system as part of implementation of our triple helix model. And it's a system that can be used across all sectors according to the plans that we are having. So it's just the kind of collaboration that we're encouraging, where academia, your government, and the issue of industry come and hold hands and work together in the best interest of killing these rising triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. So the issue of curriculum renewal should be ensured at all material times, because we can't continue to misguide our young people, giving them the kind of curriculum that is not responsive or demand-driven, responsive to what the industry needs. Hence, the issue of research is very important. So we partner even with your universities and have research chairs such that they promote this culture of innovation than a situation that we are currently finding ourselves in, where we consume everything that comes from other countries, whereas we have so many young people who are unemployed, who are actually capable. All they need is some little bit of mentorship and support. And I think TVET colleges also partnering with the universities, because universities should be able to mentor TVET lecturers. If we don't work in that way, whilst we have one system, which is the system, we're not doing justice to these rising challenges that
Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon. I represent a company called Taraba Holdings. When I exited the system, for those of you who do know me, having left the CETA world, I decided to take a bit of a sabbatical and then to go off in business. But what business would I enter? All I knew was education, and that's what I stuck to. Therefore, we partner with TCS Ion. TCS Ion is Tata Consultancy Services, the big Tata motor company that you know, who owns Jaguar and Land Rover. But my partner next door will talk to it. So I want to talk about the next frontier of digital education ecosystems for TVET sector. The two of us will speak in tandem about it. My name is Raymond Patel. Sorry, forgot to introduce myself. The age that we live in is very complex. I think, as previous speakers spoke to this, we live in a complex age, and bringing Industry 4.0 makes it even more complex. So, now the question is, how do we deal with this complexity? But more so, how do we deal with the unpredictability? The unpredictability, COVID-19, has just showed us how unpredictable the world is, and how do we respond to it? That brought us to look at the world, looking at the world in different ways. The world that we do live in is a revolutionary world. Ministers left, sorry, I would love to speak to revolution. It is full of revolutionary surprises, but it also has innovation. And if we don't think like revolutionaries, there is only one word for people who in a revolution don't act like revolutionaries, DG, and that is victims. Now, I'm giving you this background and saying, us in the TVET sector, and I associate myself very much with the TVET and CETA's world. If we do not act like revolutionaries, we will become victims. The TVET sector, its educators, its systems, has to change to link up with a revolutionary world. We have to adapt our own thinking to a new world. The last 20 years has proven that it was the greatest knowledge explosion ever in the history of humankind. We've gone through a steam engine, through computers, and now we started dealing with virtual reality, augmented reality, add the two up, and we're now sitting with XR, with experiential reality, where you can take this room and turn it into a classroom, where we can take Mr. Mokwena's wonderful lab and beam it to every class over South Africa, and it is not only linked to orbit or stays within orbit. That's the kind of technology we should be thinking about. But more so, it was Isaac Newton's physics that failed to explain how things worked in a subatomic level. His theories were not dumped. Rather, Einstein came about and proved that Newton's laws had to be modified to objects moving at a higher speed. That's the very same essence that we've got to bring about in our education. We don't have to throw away our education, but we've got to adopt it and adapt it to a new way of thinking and a new offering. Now, what am I saying? We've got to look at the need for an end-to-end digital transformation of our TVET sector. I know we face numerous challenges. The first is the discrete and disconnected systems. We have these systems that it works very well, but it doesn't speak to certification. We wait for certificates for over 3 months. We wait for results for over 6 months sometimes. We have to look at different measures of quality in education. We have to address this, Aruna, that in KZN, quality is different to that in the Eastern Cape. We have to bring that wonderful system of Mr. Mokwena and ensure that every hub has the same level of education. We have to look at the biased access to learning resources. Northlink, when I was still with the CETA, I brought a delegation from South Korea, and when they got to Northlink, they said there's no poverty there. But when I took them down to Pretoria, to Hammanskraal, they were totally shocked. And we've got to bring that kind of learning that Northlink has, and Falls Bay has, to all our centers of excellence.
Thank you so much, sir.
We've got to look at security concerns. I've got to finish this very quickly. Give me my 2 minutes. We have to look at an integrated platform for our education delivery. We have to look at uniform experience. What a learner in a rural setup experiences, a learner in an urban setup should also be exposed to it. We have to look at the performance of our learners as to be the same throughout. Industry must be prepared to take our learners irrespective of where they come from. We have to look at equal opportunities. We've got to look at changing and touching the lives of every person in this country. So it's not only the students, but the lecturers as well as the admin staff. We have to look at our assessment, and we've got to improve our assessment. Lastly, we've got to have an ease of access of our training institutions, and we have to start looking at improving our global ranking in education, and that can be done through our TVET system. I now hand over to Fulana.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Pulara, and I represent TCS ION, a fully integrated EdTech solution, which has been developed ground up by Tata Consultancy Services, which is one of the world's top 5 information technology services provider in the world. So we are very proud to present a 10-point vision to bring about a 360 degrees change in the overall digital transformation for the TVET space. And the intent of this vision or this 10-point program is to address each and every challenge and issues that Dr. Patel has just mentioned. So as a part of our first and second vision, we are looking at, providing a platform for having an inclusive and accessible admission and enrollment process, which is fair, uniform, transparent, credible, and effective. And today I'm very proud to say that I am representing a complete end-to-end assessment platform today, which is considered as one of the world's best and largest assessment platform. So we've conducted almost 90% of India's high-stake examination, and you can imagine what the volume would be. We have more than 300 million candidates who have been assessed on this very platform. And India being a country so geographically huge, culturally diverse, we've been able to learn from the mistakes that we've done, and because of this we've become rock solid. So we are very, very excited to present this kind of an offering which supports different formats of exam. It could be pen and paper, online, offline, voice-based, and of course these have the pillars of security and integrity inbuilt as the fundamental pillars. Our third vision is to establish a consolidated and relevant question bank based on which we can create a very large question bank repository. We want to present a buffet of these questions to all the lecturers to ease their responsibility of creating questions for so many different assessments across semesters and try to bring down their manual labor and time that they bring in. And we also wanted to make sure that no assessment is complete without having a credible marking system in place. And today assessment is not just about objective type of questions which get marked automatically. There is a huge portion of subjective type answers which need the responses to be evaluated by the candidates. So we have a full-fledged cloud system which will, bring in a lot of transparency, bring down the time to declare the result, and it is catering to all types of subjective types of answers. It could be voice-based, typed, and even handwritten exams, question paper results. No transformation would be complete without empowering our teachers, our lecturers, and it is our responsibility to make sure that they have access to the right content, relevant content across the globe, and they get trained and certified to remain relevant in the domain that they are providing their training in. So we have pre-integrations with a number of global content providers, content libraries, and through that we make sure that this library and these resources are made available very quickly and easily to all our lecturers. The very next point is very close to my heart, where we also want to make sure that our learning system, our education, technology that we are bringing is inclusive, it is immersive, and we want to make sure that a person who is not able to attend a physical college or a physical location to go through their training is actually able to learn everything hands-on from the comfort of their home and from wherever they are. And that is why we have, brought in a lot of innovations through, simulation-based learning. What you see on the screen are just, a simulated environment of a woodwork workshop. So if someone is going through a carpentry, module, or someone wants to go through, trying to put together a motor engine from wherever they are, this innovation will help them, give them hands-on training. And like our Honorable Minister mentioned today, that today education in the TVET space is not just about theory. It is about giving the students, hands-on content as well for them to practice and to see that they are able to transition from learning into working. So these kind of innovations will make them more prepared, give them the accessibility to practice what they are learning. Our 7th and 8th points are all about being, inclusive and making learning more accessible. Like I've said, we are a content aggregator. We have partnered with a lot of content providers, and we are talking about global content providers here, bringing that content onto one single consolidated platform. So we coined this term called as digital, because we feel that no learning can just be physical, no learning can just be digital. It has to be a combination of both, which is digital learning. And we are of the view that if we are able to consolidate this kind of learning and able to reimagine the way the education is being provided in the TVET space, we will be able to set up a very strong centralized command center for tracking and monitoring the learner progress. Today, information, availability of information, tracking KPIs, tracking the most important, I would say drivers that indicate the performance of, how the learners and the lecturers are performing, their problems are not being tracked and it's not available easily. So having a consolidated platform can help in bringing that and revolutionizing this whole thing, and we can attain the benchmark smart TVET college, which will be a global benchmark and also be looked up to in overall Africa, not just in South Africa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's so difficult to cut somebody off when you're really enjoying what they're saying. But nonetheless, the program director has come and whispered into my ear that I promised him 30 minutes and I'm doing terribly at it. Colleagues, thank you very much. Could we give a round of applause to our panelists? I found the information they shared with us very interesting and very applicable to where we are heading as a sector. Can I take a few questions, please, sir? Okay. So, colleagues, I will take 4 questions, 2 on my right-hand side and 2 on my left-hand side. Program Director, you must also help me because I can't see anything from here. Okay, there's mics close to you. Please introduce yourself and then just indicate if it's a question, whether it's for Adapt IT, Orbit, Mixita, Torapa, or TCS. There's just one. Thank you so much, colleagues. You are really looking forward to the gala dinner, I see. Okay.
Thanks, Dr. Krishna. My name is Neo Matzela. I'm the CEO of SACPO. My question is directed to Adapt IT. If I'm not mistaken, it's a JSE listed company. And I think you're the biggest IT service provider in the education sector. So of the interventions that you mentioned, I want to know how many of those are based on the actual, what percentage of R&D do you invest? And those interventions that you bring into the sector, are they the results that came from your R&D? And also I would like to know about your policy in partnerships, especially on big data, cloud, and AI. We've got different partners coming with cloud, big data, to TVET colleges, and like Huawei, Vodacom. So I would want to know what is your partnership policy. DDG, I think it's about time we look at the overall micro-organization of the sector in terms of IT if you want to be successful in 4IR, because you know, in terms of multilateral agreement, bilateral agreement design with different partners, we've got a lot of offerings that are very similar. We've opened different academies. We are getting offers to open different academies on similar subjects, cloud, big data and stuff. So it becomes very important to synchronize these partnerships. And that is why I'm wondering if the solutions that they are providing is based on R&D or is based on the market. But Adapt IT, I would really want to know in terms of your R&D so that you can provide the sector with a much needed innovation. What percentage do you spend on that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, one more chance for you. Okay, Gweng? Okay, that's it. So, Adapt IT?
Thank you very much, Sasnama, for the question. I think firstly, we were listed on the JSE, and after the acquisition by Polaris, we got delisted on the JSE, and we're now listed in the Toronto Stock Exchange as part of the group. In terms of our investment in R&D, we apply particular ratios that for us give us an indication of what would be an optimal investment we should be making into our business on a normal, I would say, playing field. But what we're currently doing is we have a 6 times cover in terms of our investment on R&D, which is a 6 times cover of our maintenance revenue that we get from our customers. And the norm for us is actually 4, but we are up at the moment, we are over 6. So we are spending a lot of our own investment in R&D, I think for the same reason that the colleagues on the panel were speaking to. A couple of realities, colleagues, that I think are quite important to take into account. Firstly, there's been a massive change, firstly in the technology, and associated with that, the kind of skills that are now required to implement these new technologies. We are currently looking for over 16 engineers, and we've been struggling for the last probably 4 months to get the right kind of skills. And this is one of those contradictions that in the country we have to continuously confront. That on the one hand, we have a massive set of graduates that are unemployed. On the other hand, we have got a huge demand for skills that we are struggling to secure in the market. And I think this conversation becomes extremely important because it allows us and provides us with a space to be able to close that. And that's why we're very interested in the conversations that we're having now. Number 2, in terms of the policy position on partnerships, I'll go back to echo what we've been pushing from our own side. The beauty, I think, from an adapt IT point of view is that what you produce, we consume, right? And what you produce, you consume on your own side, because the software that we provide speaks directly to addressing the needs of the institutions of higher learning. That's why there's been a great focus on automation of a number of processes that are speaking to applications and registrations. And we're very proud of some of the successes that we've been able to see there. And I think then number two, in terms of specifically what we are looking at, we control and we've been managing data for a number of institutions of higher learning over many, many years. So if you want to talk about big data, you want to talk about analytics, you want to talk about AI, that is exactly the space that we are playing in on our own side. And I'm glad also to say that there are projects that we are currently implementing with the department, and we look at extending that for the rest of the institutions that we have now. And I would be quite happy to engage anyone to look at how we can best advance that. Let me just give an example of the usefulness of the data that institutions can in fact exploit. We know that a lot of students that are NSFAS funded, they don't finish on time. But a significant number of those students don't finish at all. And we know that in the TVET college sector, the pass rate is sitting at about 40% on average, and obviously others are higher and others are lower. One of the key questions is, what is the potential of being able to use that data to predict which students are likely to fall out of the system? But I think more importantly, it is to understand what the underlying causes are of why students actually fall out of the system or fail. And the question of mental wellness that students, in fact, colleagues have been talking to, has come up to be extremely important as a key indicator of whether or not students are managing to stay the course in that space. Just on cloud, I'm taking advantage of because there's only one question that came.
But you need to also finish up, sir.
All right, I'll do that quickly. Thank you. On cloud, we have a partnership with AWS's Adapt IT, but we work with institutions that are using different forms of cloud. So whether it's Azure, we can work to assist you there. If you are using Oracle, you are using Huawei, we can work with you in that space as well.
Thank you so much.
Let me stop there. Thank you.
No, excellent. I want to take this opportunity just to ask Ms. Data. You know, DDG Zungu wants us to drive a process where we have national digital content available for our specific criteria in the TVET space. Will TCS be able to develop that for us? Digital content?
Definitely. Creating digital content, whether it has to be curated from scratch or whether there is already some sort of content available and there has to be some level of enhancement on that content which will make it more relevant and engaging for these students, or whether bringing in any kind of third-party content which is related to the domain. So there are different models of content creation which TCS supports, but it's definitely something that we would be able to assist on.
Wonderful. And can this be sponsored or we have to pay for that? No. No, I know there's some good people from India, so I'm just trying my luck. Ladies and gentlemen, could we put up our hands together for the panelists? I will allow them 1 minute each, not more than a minute, just to put closing remarks. 1 minute. If you don't want to say anything, just say pass.
My closing remark is to say, we cannot teach our children or our students the way we were taught. As we continue doing that, we rob them of a tomorrow. Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thanks very much. My closing remark is that the convergence of various technologies on our lives and socio-economic impact thereof requires us to ensure that we accelerate delivery of 21st century skills to our learners, such that we don't continue to compound the challenge that we are sitting with of high unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Profound African idiom goes as follows. It takes a village to raise a child. It does not say it takes an individual to raise a child. It therefore means to all of us that collectively, as this village, we can contribute beautifully so to all challenges that we have in this country. You know those challenges, I'll not go through them. Thank you.
Our contention is that technology provides a very compelling platform that is able to provide economies of scale with regards to systems and solutions that are used not only from an administration point of view, but also from a digital teaching and learning point of view. And from our end, we think our partnership should assist in terms of being able to exploit those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, from my side, I'm looking forward to our digital passage as we move forward. And I'm confident we can set an example not only for our country, but for Africa and the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to the panel. Just while you're talking technology, so there was this international technology or invention conference, and there were the Africans, the Americans, and the Japanese. So the Americans said, well, after digging for about 100 meters underground, we found copper, and we could infer that our ancestors started using technology about 100 years way before. And the Japanese said, well, after 200 meters of digging, we found signs of copper. Then we realized that our ancestors started using technology, way before, 200 years before. And the Africans, not wanting to be outdone, they said, we dug and dug and dug, we found nothing. And that's how we realized that our ancestors started using wireless technology way much before. So, okay, thank you for your resilience. And thank you for staying the course. I know I'm standing with Ms. Thomas. She's been very good, So the example that Thomas said is, he fought a good fight, and you did. So we ran over our time. We meant to go to our commissions, which we are gonna go to, from 5 until 6. But instead of coming back here with the resolutions, you will have to formulate your resolutions, and then in the morning tomorrow, we would like to have these resolutions presented here. So as you go out there, you know who you are as moderators, scribes. Please make sure that you use this next hour to have this discussion and conclude on the matters. And I'm not going to start over again what those commissions are all about, because the DG did a sterling work doing that. The only thing I'm going to tell you is that Commission 1 is going to go to Ballroom East. I'm sure there are signages outside. Commission 2 is meeting room 1.61 to 1.62. Commission 3 meeting room 1.63. I think it's 1.6.3 to 1.6.4. Commission 4 will be meeting at room number 241 to 243. This is like two rooms that are combined. Commission 5, room 2.44 and 2.46. Commission 6, 2.61 to 263. Commission 7, meeting room 2.64 to 2.66. So what we're going to do, though, we are going to close this day properly. Mr. F.L. Ramunyatsi, Regional Manager from Limpopo, will come and close this day and properly, and then tomorrow we will then come and do the resolutions. While he's coming up, say what the President said on Monday also had to do with supply chain issues. So this school, I don't know if you remember the people called Abahloli, school inspectors. So this one, he visits the school somewhere in the village. When he gets there, there was a religious class going on. So the teacher asked the learners, poses a question, who broke down the walls of Jericho? So the learners, they're like, what? Say, who brought down the walls of Jericho? The learners, nah. Even the funny, always naughty Johnny, he says, even myself, I don't know, it wasn't me. And the school inspector is worried, then he decides to call the MEC. MEC of education, things are not going right here. The quality of our education is bad, instructional design is not good. A teacher asked a very simple question, who broke down the walls of Jericho? No learner can answer that simple question. The MEC says, you know what, say, I have to rush to another meeting. Please just get 3 quotations and appoint that person to fix the damn walls.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you for the opportunity to close this very important session. I really appreciate, even in the absence of the other Program Director who was supposed to be here today. I really want to take this opportunity to thank our Minister for having opened this very important session today and for his leadership, his vision for the sector, and also his vision for the growing of the TVET in particular. For over a number of years, we know the journey that we have traveled, the support that the Minister has given to the TVET sector, and where we are today. We really thank him for that. I also want to thank the Deputy Minister as well for his support to our institutions. The speech that was given by the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, thank you so much for that speech and for the support. The leadership of our DG and his vision for the sector, his support for our TVET colleges, we really thank you so much, DG. DDG Zungu, in particular, this is your baby. You have led us very well. You continue to provide us with that leadership. I really want to thank you, DDG Zungu, and all the DDGs who are here. And also I want to give the special thanks to all the senior managers, business leaders who are here, fraternal organizations, business community, as well as organized labor. We have started a process now to build a framework for the summit resolutions. And this framework is going to be informed by a number of discussions that took place here. First is going to be informed by the directives that were given by the Minister. It will also be informed by some of the speeches that were given here, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the DG as well. There were also perspectives that were provided by industry. We are going to consider them, and also those panel discussions. At some point, I'm going to just give an idea of how the commissions will assist us so that by the time you present tomorrow, it's not going to take us long to conceptualize how the resolutions are going to look like. In particular, some of the overview of the speeches that were given here, the importance of the summit, especially in forging the dynamic strategic partnerships in the sector, that was very important. The plea for the employers to open their workplaces, very important as well. That we should work very hard to break down the barriers to opportunities by creating pathways to our young people. So some of the industry perspectives that were given here, CIFA in particular representing over 1,500 company members have made certain commitments. We really want to appreciate those commitments. We also appreciate the localization growth strategy of Foshin Group that you also commit to work with our TVET colleges. There were also presentations about some of the partnerships that are happening at Northlink, Falls Bay TVET colleges. We will consider those modules and how you can work with us. There was also a presentation that is very important on the civic education, in particular the collaboration between IR Health and QCTO on the modules that we have already built. You reflected on the peer education and civic values on the mental health, disability, and those modules. So we're going to consider working, moving forward with you so that we consider that as we'll be going to the commissions. The panel discussions, very important. There was a reflection on how the centers of specialization have provided guidance in terms of how CTICC can continue to strengthen the role of industry and TVET colleges. We also considered some of the commitments that were made, the model, the TLICS model in particular, so that what you begin to tell us is that there should be a context that we build in terms of these partnerships that we're looking for. And that context should be informed by the direction in which the industry is growing. You gave an example of the growth in the area of retail, pharmacy, and distribution, so that when we build the skills or when we develop the skills, we begin to look at that kind of growth. There were also discussions around some of the commitments given by Adapt IT. We're going to consider that in the discussions that were given. The module that has been provided by Orbit, TVET College, the artificial intelligence lab that is there, we have considered that. We will see how we work together there, so that becomes, the building block for even other TVET colleges that are going to, look at that potential. So what we are proposing, as you will be going to the commissions, we request that when you write your resolutions, just give a background in terms of what are the key areas you are noting, so that when you finally write the resolutions, we are able tomorrow, because we only have tomorrow to consolidate those resolutions, and if need be able to provide some of the resolutions to the conference. Please give the noting, the background that you are noting there, but also specifically indicate what are the resolutions that you are giving. In saying so, Chair, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and thanks to you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, sir. All right, colleagues, thank you very much. I'm just informed that Commission 1, Ballroom East is here. So the rest of the colleagues will have to allow you the space. Commission 2 and 3, all the commissions which venues start with number 1, they are on this floor, but they will have to move towards that end. And then all the commission rooms that start with number 2, they are upstairs. So there's a lift that will take you upstairs. And then with that said, I wish to thank you for tolerating me. and for getting your time wrong. And I'd like to recognize my fellow program directors and interpreters, Ms. May and Ms. Thomas. Thank you very much. Okay, wait. And where is... The problem is that I don't know where is it. All right, I'm reminded to invite everyone to the gala dinner at 6:30, but I'm still waiting to be told where exactly the venue. Okay, the venue is next door, where the lunch was had. Thank you. Can we request that those that are not in Commission 1 begin to move away to allow Commission 2 to begin their business? And I've been asked to confirm Commission 6 is room 2.61 to 2.63, which is upstairs. Thank you.
I think so, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are remaining for the Commission on Infrastructure, can they remain? Infrastructure Commission on Colleges. That's the problem. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Can we ask those who are moving out to close the door so we can only remain with people who will participate on the Commission on Infrastructure? The colleagues who are part of this commission, can we move to the front, those who are at the back, so we can have a more fruitful engagement? Oh, that's your first name, so I can. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
we want to begin our discussion on this commission. The venue people, can you assist us with closing the door so that we only remain with people who are on this commission? So this is the Commission on Strategic Partnerships on Infrastructure Development and Equipping Training Facilities in Colleges. My name is Aubrey Chalata. I am the National President of the National African Federation for the Building Industry in South Africa. I'm going to be working with my colleague, Phumzile Yego, from the Construction Education and Training Authority. Just by way of introduction, the National African Federation for the Building Industry is the largest and oldest construction federation in the country. We have a total membership of 7,000 companies, 20% of which are large listed companies, 80% are small and medium enterprises. We are involved in civil engineering, in general building. We are also involved extensively in training and education, mentorship and coaching of small and medium enterprises. We are present in all 9 provinces. We are present in townships, in villages, in rural areas. We work with all partners in the construction and built environment sector. This includes the likes of Sanral, building roads, the departments of transport in various provinces, including municipalities. We also work with partners like the NHBRC, the National Home Builders Registration Council, the Construction Industry Development Board, the cement companies, including PPC Cement, Lafarge, Afrisam. We also work across the board with large companies, including WBHO, Moran Roberts, Greenacre LTA, and other companies in the sector. I just thought, let me do that introduction as a foundation for this particular discussion. Our involvement with the TVET colleges, as the minister alluded to earlier on, is that amongst other programs that we are running, we have mentored about 5,000 small and medium enterprises within Sanral, 22 kilometers of roads. We are involved in business incubation in TVET colleges. We work with various foundations that support business incubation in colleges, particularly in the construction and built environment space. We place in industry your learners ranging from bricklayers, plasterers, painters, boiler makers, plumbers, electricians, welders, riggers, etc. We work very closely with DHET on the centers of specialization. So that said, we will be facilitating this session on strategic partnerships on infrastructure in colleges, as well as equipping colleges with the appropriate tools and equipping of training facilities in colleges. May I give this opportunity to my partner here in front to introduce himself, and then we proceed with the program.
Thank you. Thank you, and evening, colleagues. Evening, colleague, or I need to come closer. Colleagues, my name is Phumzile Yego. I work for Construction Sector as part of the team that is skilling the construction sector. My role there is that of an executive manager for projects. For this platform, though, I'm understanding then that we're just going to be facilitating the discussion around how do we then work together as the stakeholders that are here to move forward the infrastructure and the equipping of the TVET colleges. But from the point of CET, I think generally there is an understanding. We do work with TVETs on 2 folds. There's a specific focus, which is support, which is mainly driven as special projects. Part of it, which also includes infrastructure, lecturer development, and I think those two main things. But we also work with TVETs as well as part of our other pathways, meaning that they do also apply as part of the TG windows that we do now and then. But yeah, the platform is not about CETA today, but I just wanted to clarify where we come from and how maybe we might be of help as we contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think let's begin the discussion then. The aim of this session, and I've asked Pumze to ensure that we do take minutes or records of this particular session. As he indicated, we will be facilitating and we will be relying on yourselves to be able to give inputs into this particular commission. But just by way of introduction, again, let's indicate that we're looking at current infrastructure challenges in TVET colleges, and that infrastructure relates to training facilities. We have been involved as private sector in visiting many of your training facilities throughout the length and breadth of the country. We have received feedback from our members that the feeling generally is that while you find exceptions of a number of colleges where infrastructure is up to standard or manifest latest technologies and standards, some of the infrastructure we've seen in TVET colleges as private sector is not of a standard that we think is ready to produce the kind of a learner that we want to welcome into the private sector. So we look at those facilities and get your inputs into what your thoughts are around what partnerships can be forged in building or ensuring that we have appropriate training facilities. Secondly, look at workshops. We've visited many TVET colleges. Some of them have state-of-the-art workshops that truly respond and are truly aligned to what industry is doing across the length and breadth of the country and across different offerings that the TVET colleges offer. We also have issues around student accommodation. This has become a challenge across TVET colleges. We would want to engage on that and talk about what sort of strategic partnerships do you see. Also, the issue of equipment in the various workshops and in various facilities, including those equipment that are of a technological nature. We want to talk about what your thoughts are on what partnerships. There's various forms of machinery that you require. I did visit Orbit College at some stage with a few mining companies with an aim of seeing if that particular college could be accredited as an assessment center. And we looked at various machinery that they have, and many mining companies wanted to make a contribution to that particular college in respect of ensuring that they're able to have a trade testing center and that they are accordingly accredited for trade testing. So colleagues, let's open up the discussion. The issue really is what partnerships do we foresee or do we want to talk about in line with what the TVET colleges offer. From our standpoint, let us indicate that private sector stands willing to be able to work with TVET colleges, because it is our understanding that if we want to get a quality employee trained by the South African TVET sector, we as private sector need to make the necessary contribution. Government also has made provision from the Department of Higher Education and Training for such infrastructure to be developed, and we are aware that amounts ranging from about 1.8 billion have been allocated by the department. This looks into repairs to infrastructure, maintenance of infrastructure, bulk services, sanitation, and looking at teaching and learning facilities, as well as student accommodation. But over and above that, we just finished our conference a few weeks ago, and one of the key focus of our conference in the infrastructure space was to look at smart cities as well as smart campuses or smart colleges. We need to talk about that because issues of connectivity in colleges becomes a major challenge. I realized when we were running the lecturer development program that in some of the colleges, we were unable to live stream our training from those colleges to other 50 colleges around the country. And we had to outsource some of the services from external providers just to be able to live stream. So in the context of looking at blended learning, it is important that we have these colleges structured with infrastructure that will enable them to become smart colleges. The sitters as well are absolutely very important in ensuring that these colleges are developed and that infrastructure in colleges is developed. The construction sitter, represented here by Mr. Yego, as well as the wholesale and retail sitter, the CEO also is here, are some of the sitters that have started playing a role in ensuring that infrastructure is provided in colleges. So I open the discussion to yourselves as we look into what sort of strategic partnerships do we foresee. And we will record the inputs that you are making so that we can try and craft some form of resolutions around this particular issue. So the floor is open for comments. I'm not sure if we have a mic somewhere that we can be able to utilize. Okay. Let's see hands and perhaps begin to have a discussion around this. There is a hand right there. Let's start with you, sir, at the corner. There is another hand. Let's take those two. Is there a third one? Okay, miss, there's a third one at the back. So 1, 2, 3. Let's take those inputs and engage. Is it on? Technical team at the back, can you assist us with that mic?
Test one.
Thank you.
My name is Charles van Heerden. I'm the principal of East Cape Midlands TVET College. I think I'm going to sponsor 3 items or 3 discussion points. Of course, the first one is facilitating access for our learners and lecturers into the industry and placement and work integrated learning. Of course, you mentioned that, and of course, that's already on the table. Secondly, we are, of course, keen to learn how we can structure formally, incorporate that formally into the existing projects that we have. For example, colleges have existing building projects, existing renovations projects, of course. Within those projects, ideally, we would like to structure learning thereof and, of course, develop frameworks or models within which we can manipulate our contractors that we appoint to, of course, open those spaces for workplace and work integrated learning. Of course, it sounds simple, but there's also technical requirements and legal requirements and all of that that is linked with it. And then, of course, the last one I could sponsor is around student accommodation. You spoke about ideal student accommodation and smart campuses and so forth. But the focus would be on smart student accommodation and how and what role private industry can play there. And with specific reference to public-private partnerships, for example. The model that we can explore there, how it can be set up, and of course, setting us up with those kind of people or investors for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take the next input.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tewo Rapabi. I'm from Maluti TVET College.
So, for which college?
Maluti TVET College.
Sure.
I'm going to speak on the smart colleges one in acceleration of it because majority of colleges, due to their historical background, some are still using campuses that are more like high school wise and everything. And then I feel like maybe if you could just speed up that one and maybe engage college people who are working with infrastructure, they come closer to you. We have a seminar where you could improve the infrastructure that you are having so that at some point the TVET sector could be the center of choice, because students are not going to go to facilities where it's still now looking like the same high school that they are coming from. If we could open discussions on that to say, how do we then make our campuses to be more, not to say they should look like universities, but to be, their infrastructure should be that good. If we're saying we are producing artisans, it should not look like a center that is, we are not sure if artisans are coming out of there or what. So if you could maybe look into focusing more on making that the infrastructure of the TVET sector on that. And going to the one of that you touched on student accommodations, if we could maybe again make sure that, I know with the number that we have, a majority of students of the TVET sector are more traveling students, not on campus one. So if we could at least assist, like it's very difficult that we'll have students who are doing farming, but they are not staying based there. But if they would get accommodation there, they will be able to live that life of farming and whatever. It could also be speed up and then be taken serious. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Noted.
Thank you, Facilitator. Good evening, colleagues. I'm Vinolia Mokhashwa from the National Artisan Development Directorate for the Department of Higher Education and Training. The issue of equipping training, centers, especially your TVET colleges, it's becoming increasingly, challenging because it impacts a lot beyond, students qualifying or getting their qualification. It also impacts on their employability. At our sub-directorate, we are also mandated with conducting impact studies. And we've noticed that it's not like our learners are lacking in terms of qualifying and becoming, qualified artisans. It goes beyond that. What we will hear from employers is that they might have the skills that are required, but they lack in terms of progressive, in terms of the new technology that are being used in the industries. The equipments that are being used in the industries doesn't match up with the requirements that would be needed for the learners to possess. So this goes back to the equipments that are used in our TVET environment. There needs to be improvement there. And I could hear that most of our previous speakers, our delegates, they've been emphasizing on the marriage between TVET colleges and the sector. That is quite pivotal because it will encourage, the sectors to donate or to sponsor relevant equipment and machinery that would be very, beneficial to the whole process of training and getting our learners to be qualified artisans. In addition to that, Facilitator, I would like to just, encourage engagement with the sectors at an early stage. Remember that there are, formalized structures like your TVET councils. TVET councils would mostly, concentrate or put more emphasis on the curriculum or the program-based, approaches. But I think that once the industries are involved at that level, they would be able to influence certain, impacts in terms of, especially giving information on what type of infrastructure exactly is needed for the learners to meet the requirements that they'll be required to meet once they've completed their studies. Because we must look at it at a long run. For learners to qualify, it's another thing. It's an issue of training that we should, focus on at the training level. But now we must look beyond when they're done with the training. Are we equipping them to be employable? Because right now, the feedback that we're getting from industry is that, yes, they are qualified, but they do not meet the industrial requirements in terms of, being able to work with the correct machinery and the correct equipment that are modernized and technologically advanced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think let's colleagues, before I take the next set of hands, sort of reflect on what the colleagues have raised. It seems to me that, and I think Mr. Yego, you'll also maybe make record of it, I've tried this side, that I'm not sure to what extent is there an understanding between the department, the SETAs, and private sector of exactly what infrastructure is needed. And how does private sector find this information? Or how do TVET colleges get to know this? As an example, if TVET colleges are setting up electrical workshops or plumbing workshops or ICT workshop of one kind or another, do they know what the requirements are from the private sector? It's okay for the private sector, as speakers are saying, to say, yeah, but the colleges don't have what we require and the technologies they have don't match what private sector requires. But where do we find this information that says, this is what the latest equipment is for electricians, this is what the latest equipment is for diesel mechanics, this is what so that when we start talking about, let's benchmark, let's share best practice, we move from a position of all of us are knowing. I think that would be the first thing that I would want us to look at. Where do we get this common information? And maybe people from the department also may assist, because there may be within the department or within TVET colleges a place where we sort of deposit this information, make an addition to the comments that DDG Zungu made. Across the length and breadth of this country, we work in rural areas, in townships, in villages, and we're building community roads there. We have quarries. We are working on housing together with the NHBRC and the CIDB and other partners. We are having brick and block making and concrete product manufacturing operations. And I'm now talking in the likes of Mount Frere, the likes of Matatiel, et cetera, We went to as far as Vembe, and we looked at these. It's absolutely important that TVET colleges live here understanding that from an infrastructure point of view, rural TVET colleges, there is so much that can be done in the value chain of the construction and built environment sector alone in rural areas so that we are able to engage. Then the issue of public-private partnerships. We must reflect on this because it's an absolutely important issue. And again, it's an issue that we may want to get guidance from the Department of Higher Education and Training as to what is their take in line with Treasury regulations around this issue of public-private partnerships. This is where private companies come in and say, yes, we will build workshops for you. And what are the rules, or what are the regulations in the department that regulate this thing? Because there are many investors who may want to come in and say, let's build your centers of specialization, let's build your platforms. But the PPP model by its nature says there must be a profit model so that whoever has built that infrastructure is able to maximize some profits over a period of time and then hand over that particular infrastructure to the state. And insofar as issues of equipment in training centers, I like the suggestion that private sector may have to either donate or sponsor some of it. And in doing so, I think we need to create a platform of engagement again, so that private sector, I know, would want to lay down some rules before that sponsorship can materialize. The principal of Orbit indicated that in the meeting they had, the company said, are we dealing with the right institution? So what is the right institution from a private sector point of view? They look at governance, they look at non-existence of corruption in that particular college, they look at the quality of training, they look at the quality of facilitators or lecturers, they look at the administration and all of those things and how the college itself is being run. Because if we start improving how we run colleges, then you are able to attract private sector. It's difficult to attract private sector without dealing with ensuring that the systems and processes through which the college is run is the right one. Lastly, I think the capacity for partnerships within colleges. I'm talking here because I know we've, as an organization with our members, have been sending a number of MOUs to colleges to sign in, and we have had companies who want to partner, who want to make a contribution. But the time or the turnaround time for those MOUs to come back has been a challenge. I think we've interacted with over 30 TVET colleges, and we're sitting now with about 13 MOUs. It takes a long time for private sector just to get a reaction from principals and from vice principals, academic, and the staff at the TVET colleges to be able just to enter into MOUs. And once they are signed, how do we make them living documents? Who is assigned in the colleges to deal actively with this issue of partnerships? You will find that those colleges who have people actively dealing with partnerships are able to take processes forward with the private sector. So I think those are the issues that have been raised. And I like the idea raised by the colleague from Maluti College to indicate that let's look at these smart colleges so that a student who leaves high school does not find the same infrastructure in a TVET, because then they say, look, I would rather be going to a university. We are not saying let's develop TVET colleges to be universities, but let's have a scenario where if I left high school, as I enter into a TVET college and I'm introduced into my course in plumbing or my course in boiler making, let me see something different that I've never seen at a high school. How do we forge those partnerships so that, as you correctly point out, students can see TVETs as learning centers of choice? It means they must be developed in this smart way. And there's a lot of suggestions from private sector in that regard. Having said that, let's extend the engagement again to other speakers. There was a hand that was raised somewhere here, Mr. Yeko.
Maybe to add, Mr. Shale, I think earlier colleagues was also mentioned that actually it's not also bad. So there could be somewhere where there's partnerships that are already working. So I'm just trying to say that we could be sharing those as well. It may not be relating to the infrastructure, but we can borrow in terms of the principles. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, my name is Patrick. Surname is Lakabani. I'm executive with the ETI Saldanha Bay Industrial Development Zone. It's the latest SEZ here in the Western Cape. I fully agree with you, and I think, Chair, you covered me in a great deal on your input that you just made. But just a few points. The one is that I think from the private sector, the private sector is always at the forefront of driving, the latest training, innovations, and because obviously human capital development to the private sector is of utmost importance, because that is where your productivity lies. The sharper and the more equipped your people are, the better, obviously, they will perform. But I also want to say is that us from the private sector, that we will have to also, apply a little bit more patience with the TVET colleges or with government. In terms of advancement and in terms of innovation, it is a fact that the private sector moves twice or 3 times as fast as government. That's the first thing. TVET colleges, for instance, will produce those critical occupations that we need, and we will create the demand, and obviously there's supply on the one side. But it does not stop there. It does not stop there. We must, once private sector accept that as soon as a learner has been qualified or graduate, there is still a lot of work to be done by us. There is still a lot of learners to be done. I always say that once someone gets his red seal, for instance, in a particular trade, that person is far from being qualified. He is only certified. It is us as private sector that must take that particular person forward, teach them, mentor them, and also give them additional skills over and above those that they found or they were taught at the training institutions where they come from. That's the first thing that we must do. The second thing is there's this lack of continuous engagement between private sector and your TVET colleges, or whoever, whether it's the CTICC or whoever. We engage when it's necessary. We are not proactive in terms of engagement. We are not influencing each other proactively. We are not sharing our plans and our visions going forward in terms of the gaps and the needs in the market. Those things need to be done proactively, continuously, and not, it must never be an event, and that's what happened. I mean, most of us will come here, and most of us will engage again, or you engage only, when you see there's a need to engagement. I think that's the one thing that we must do going forward, and that's the recommendation that I want to make, that we have to be proactive. And that comes from board level at TVET colleges down to management, also with private sector. So that to me is of utmost importance going forward. In terms of some examples, you know that when you talk about infrastructure, I tend to see that most people talk about equipment, machines, but infrastructure is more than just that. The success and pass rates of learners are influenced by other things outside of the college, where they live. You spoke about accommodation. You know, colleagues, our sisters and brothers and cousins live in shacks, in places they don't know. Someone will come from Free State, go to a rural area because they have space there. They don't have accommodation at the college. They share 5, 6, 8, 10 people in a shack. It will impact negatively in your performance in that particular institution. Those are the type of things that we must look at. The socioeconomic conditions that our students find themselves into, it has to do with infrastructure. Where do they go to after hours to go? They go to the nearest shebeen, where there's noise, where they live next to shebeens. They can't perform. And I think we must think far more than just the facilities within the TVET college itself and go outside and influence the environment where people are living. And I think if we go that far, we will make an impact in terms of the performance of TVET colleges and also those that are there. In terms of practical example, what we've done at the IDZ in Saldanha Bay, because our focus is marine, our focus is oil and gas, and also we're busy building a shipyard in the port of Saldanha, where the first SEZ is designated in the port. The one thing that we realized that Saldanha Bay is a fishing community, so we will typically not find those skills there. We said that TVET college is the first institution that we must talk to, also with the private. But most importantly, we'll have to take the communities with. Forming those partnerships with the communities is of utmost importance so that they can know what you want, they can know what you have to offer, and also what they must bring to the table.
Sure.
And that also obviously, thank you, Jim.
No, thank you very much. I want to thank you for that contribution. I think when we spoke about PPPs as an example, private-public partnerships, I am not sure what the role of NSFAS is, particularly in ensuring that accommodation for students is funded. Because what you are raising is an absolutely critical point, that a student who attends a TVET college then goes back to a shack in the afternoon, and there's 8 of them in a small shack, and there are no facilities there. For you to expect that student to perform optimally is asking too much of that particular student. But also that they go into a village or a township and they find themselves closer to a tavern and it's noisy, they can't study. So, but I think I would like the commission to talk on practical terms now. How do we ensure, or what models can we suggest for partnerships that will enable private sector to partner with public sector, ensuring that, as an example, accommodation is built? Because in universities, you are aware, if you go to Wits University and UJ, the entire Braamfontein area is full of student accommodation complexes, and some are up to standard. If you go to here to UCT, you've got here in Observatory, Campus Key, where you have very good rooms set up for students, very disciplined, security is tight, there's absolute silence in the evening, students are able to study. You go to some of the residences in universities, some are very well kept, very well attended to. But you do go to our TVET colleges and our students don't have that kind of a facility. What can be done just at the level of student accommodation? Again, precisely because of the socio-economic conditions in which our TVET students find themselves. So that's one part. And the other part really is training facilities themselves, including, by the way, international partnerships in ensuring that we have got the best training facilities. How do we make this partnership work? What are the practical steps, or what are the regulations that hinder that particular process? Hence, let me see. Let me now take your hand first, and then I'll come to the lady in front, and then I'll come to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I want to contribute in terms of how do we ensure that the industry and the college knows the needs and the requirement. I will answer this one, maybe referring to my college. I'm Tuan Marima from Vembe TVET College. In our college, we realized that although we were in rural, we've got this gap where even where we are situated, we realize that we need to ensure that we are known in our area. And this is what we are doing. We started with stakeholder engagement. Lately this year, our principal started with it. In every local municipality, we do go there and engage the municipality and all stakeholders there. What we also did was that from the stakeholder engagement, we request the Department of Basic Education with dilapidated schools, where because we've got engineering programs in NCV, where they will need to do practicals, then we do the real practicals in communities. And with that, it has assisted us a lot in terms of attracting donors and investors to our college. And as a contribution that I can make here today, I think if we can have a well-coordinated stakeholder, I don't know whether it's steering committee or what, at regional or local level, which can regularly meet, then I think it can address the gap that we have with the industry players, because some of the industries, they don't know what we want. Yes. And they don't even know what we're offering. But once you do the presentation and show them, then they are at liberty to be part. I was lucky one day, our principal sent me to the intergovernmental relations meeting where all the municipalities were there and other departments. As I was making those presentations, because indicating the partners that we have, like for example, we have one partner, university, we've got a partnership with University of Stellenbosch and another university in Netherlands, Maastricht University. What they did, they donated a water smart greenhouse. And as I was displaying the greenhouse, many people were surprised, or do we have such an infrastructure at a college which can also benefit farmers? They were very much surprised, and they didn't know we had such at a college level. I was happy when you were asking, Chairperson, that do the industry understand what we want? That was a very good question. And if we can do this stakeholder engagement, we also bridge the gap. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good contribution. Because I come from private sector and I've been in leadership position of the private sector for a long time. But only this year, early, I got to visit Ekurhuleni East TVET College for the first time. And I saw their electrical workshop, their plumbing workshop. And I'm president of a federation for the building industry with 7,000 members. And when I spoke at our conference, we had about 600 delegates and we had an exhibition and 9,000 people visited our exhibition. I told the conference that it was an eye-opener for me to go to Ekurhuleni East TVET College. And they didn't know that such beautiful facilities existed in that college. I visited Vembe as well. And like the colleague from SIFSA was saying, when the principal took us around that college, it was an eye-opener again for us. We never knew that Vembe TVET College has a section with robotics. We never knew that they had a section where they assist blind students. We never knew that they had an incubator program of the magnitude that they have. Now, and I'm saying there are many like me who are chief executive officers in private sector, who are GMs and managing directors and board members in private sector who don't know what exists in TVET colleges. So I think this a discussion around stakeholder engagement, because it cannot be done at a national level. It needs to be located around where colleges are to inform private sector around those colleges about what do those colleges have, what do they offer. I mean, and I know that Vembe, when your hospitality students did the whole catering service for us, we had about 28 private sector managers in a meeting. All of us left saying we never thought that in Vembe you had such high-level hospitality students. And to this day, we are now recruiting from that college to take into many hotels and guest houses around the country because of the experience we saw because seeing is believing. So I think that suggestion is much, much appreciated. Let me come to the lady in front, and then I'll come to the gentleman at the back, then say, I noted you, and then I come to you last. So there's 4. So it's the lady here first, the gentleman behind her, then we come to my brother here, and then the last one there. I note you, miss, you're number 5 and you're number 6, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Firstly, I would love to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I'll echo much on the latest person who speaks strongly about this partnership. Mine is to give you just a 10% of my contribution in terms of, I was thinking very loud to say, we need to develop what we call an action plan as colleges in terms of this strategic partnership. Remember, if we cannot plan this, we shall be also talking and talking and talking. And developing those plans, even if we do it provincially, escalate to nationally, because I think most colleges are having the same challenge in terms of the infrastructure. To develop those partnerships, I was also in a space where I was thinking about collaboration with other colleges, our sisterly colleges. Let's not work in silos, because you might find that the very same college that is Lovedale TVET College, with my sisterly college, King Ginza, we've got the same objective in terms of this strategic partnership in terms of infrastructure. However, it does not give more weight when you do these things in silos, because when the funders and even some sitters, when they do the monitoring and evaluation, or they come and do the verification in terms of the infrastructure, you find that we've got the common challenge with the colleges. But what we don't do, we don't come and sit down and share best practices, so that at least if 2 or 3 colleges can apply and make sure that at least we develop a structure where we do proposals together. And I believe more ideas, they are better than one idea. And I just want also again to echo on the latter speaker. I feel it's more vital and it's more imperative when we work very closely with the colleges that are well established. We must not be shy for those who still in the baby shoes in terms of ensuring how to establish those partnerships. For instance, in our college, we also took the same route that Vembe took, where the Stellenbosch and 2 other colleges in Western Cape, because we realized that we want to become center of excellence in agriculture. And then we combined together with the University of Stellenbosch. Then we wrote with this, we were going to work with the same university they are working with at Vembe TVET College. I saw from the internet that, oh, these ones are working with that university and they've succeeded. Why can't we follow the same suit? So I want to emphasize the issue that let's not work in silos. Let's try to work together. Let's have a plan. and to say, how do we go about to ensure that we don't work alone, we sit down, we prepare proposals together. And then when one or two colleges benefit from that, it's very much easy for other colleges to learn from other colleges what is the best practice in order for us to get proper partnerships. So even going to that, the latter stage also mentioned the issue of stakeholder engagement. It's very critical. Remember, the Triple P speaks more volumes in terms of we need to work together. As TVET colleges, in particular, because we are public institution, and we don't have an embedded knowledge in terms of the industry need. So there are those companies, they definitely have been in the industry for a longer period, and they can assist us to identify which infrastructure that will be suitable if you want to become a center of excellence in agriculture. Which type of irrigation scheme that you need to buy. Even then, I still maintain, let's try to work together. Let's try to combine as colleges. Then we prepare solid proposals that will be meaningful at the end of the day. I believe together we can. We cannot do things alone. So in silos, it cannot work. This is what I wanted to say.
No, thank you very much. Colleagues, I think that's a very important contribution. Because if I have, as a private sector entity, a sponsorship of 100 million, and we've got to develop a state-of-the-art facility, as an example, for agriculture. But the minute I have 8 TVET colleges asking for the same thing, it becomes a problem. Whereas if I have 5 TVET colleges saying we are applying together in our region, as it were, for a center of excellence that would be agriculture, and another college maybe hosts a center of excellence for something else. But the students have access to that high-level technology, because we must be honest, we do not have, and even private sector does not have the amount of resources that are endless. So they prioritize. But when you start working together, then they see that these people are interested in collaborating, because you cannot look for partnerships with the private sector when you can't partner yourselves. Particularly, and she makes a point very clearly that you are public institutions, not private institutions. I like what the minister said, that he doesn't want to talk about these principals as CEOs. They are principals because these are schools, these are learning and education centers. Thank you very much for that contribution. Behind the lady there was, yes sir.
Thank you, colleagues. My name is Mr. Komani Ashford from Waterberg TVET College. My contribution towards the strategic partnership infrastructure is that let's not forget about the reason why most of industries shy away to partner with us. We have a challenge of SARS. They are not being debated in terms of their services to the community. I'm saying this because of, in most times, as I'm working for the college, you find that we partner with industries whereby they are willing to assist. But through that, the learners that we have partnered with the partnerships, we find that they struggle because of they think they are being treated unfairly due to the fact that some of the things under their workshops or private workshops, they are being ruined or damaged. And as much we fail because of they think we are not in line with their training standard. The other thing is that as a college or as TVET colleges, we have lecturers that must go for a capacity building so that they can learn more about the new developments of technologies. But we still struggle to get those who have potential. That's the reason we fail to have partnerships. But through the assistance of QCTO and NEMP, I would much appreciate and appeal to them that let them review their SDP checklist, because of we are being guided by them, so that when our workshops we equip them, we equip knowing that they have made research of the current technological innovation that they have in their workshops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we come this way. The gentleman, oh, is there someone there? Okay, you can exhaust that side, my brother. They'll just exhaust that side.
All right, thanks, Chair. My name is Zweli Nonkwelo. I'm from the Department of Higher Education and Training. I heard you in your opening. You did mention that there is a funding that was allocated to colleges. Yes, that funding because we started receiving it in 2018 from National Treasury as a grant. Then we wanted to focus more on the repairs and maintenance because of the state of dilapidation at the infrastructure that we have. So we didn't want to start building here and this side structures are collapsing. But we have since now allowed colleges to can be able to run with other projects that they are interested in running. But also, what we always encourage is that when colleges spend money that they have, they need to try and make it a point that whoever they are appointing, the contractors, at least they need to, we have our students, especially in the construction, that maybe benefit from the work placement from those construction companies that are there. Then, some of the things much have been mentioned. The issue of, okay, I'll come to this one of the capacity building, but there are things that I think also us as colleges, we can manage to first start to try and run with them ourselves, then seek intervention where we feel we're not winning. I'm raising this because we have a serious challenge in terms of our colleges with land issue. Our colleges, majority of them, they are in the land that they do not own. And at times that becomes a serious problem. In fact, it becomes a problem generally to continue, building on the property that it's not owned by you. So I'm saying let's take this initiative of engaging. A lot of this land is still a government land. It's either it's a local government or maybe it's provincial governments. Let's start engaging and try to find a way of having maybe this land being transferred to colleges. But then, like as I've said, if we find that we realize we experience difficulties, then we can see either through our government or through these other partners who are able to address such issues. Then also, yes, we can look from the partners around us, but it's also important to look abroad, in terms of infrastructure provisioning. We have some few colleges who have received some sponsors from outside countries to build. So let's just try to be open our scope and so to say. Yeah, there are such colleges. So let's take initiative and not look just from what our own stakeholders can provide. I like this issue of also benchmarking our colleges maybe against maybe universities. Well, to me, it's better than where we come from, where we used to benchmark, against schools. At least now we can benchmark. But what I want to encourage, we can even globally benchmark against other vocational education and and technical and vocational and training institutions, other than look at just in universities within the country. So let's also look outside. A lot has been said, about the stakeholder engagement, but I wish we could also have our own structure or committee, an infrastructure committee, that would take forward the issues that we're kind of raising here. One colleague has mentioned the issue of capacity. Even your procurement processes, they are different in the infrastructure. Your CIDB issues, it's not a normal, procurement process that so we need some capacity building in dealing with such issues. You need, technical support to be able to implement your projects, people with expertise in your engineering and so on. How do we then address such things without wanting to look much, from the department? We can also, through this stakeholder engagement, see how can we gain such expertise from that.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe let me.
Yeah.
Just last one. Okay, the student housing. Yeah, that's also something that we have some colleges who have their own student accommodation, but their state it's not good. We need to look at that. Yes, there's a program by the department, student housing and infrastructure program, SHAPE, but it's not gonna. That one is looking at building new. Now facilities with a number of beds that we're having a target. But let's also start by, renovating and refurbishing and, resuscitating these that we already had, so that we don't want to keep on wanting money to start up a new thing. Okay, maybe let me stop there for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm going to take the last 4 because it's already 6:15. May I make a suggestion, Mr. Yego? I'll come back to the 2 ladies this side. Let's go to the gentleman there and go to the gentleman at the back. I think the brother has made a comment already. So just here in front here, right in front. Yes, sir. Okay. No, the brother at the back has already made a comment. So let's prioritize those who haven't made. So 1, 2, and then I come back to the 2 ladies and we close. Oh, yes, there are 2. So colleagues, can you make it short and succinct so that we close? We still have a gala dinner situation in another 30 minutes.
No, I'm going to be very, very short, Chairperson. Mine is in a form of a proposal. Firstly, let me introduce myself as Elias Mbuyane from Ehlanzeni TVET College in Mpumalanga. I'm running a college with 7 campuses. 2 of those college campuses were built during the homeland times. They are extremely dilapidated to the extent that they are closed now. Those those residential facilities, they are closed. They are just not inhabitable. So what I want to check, my proposal is, what will be the possibility of partnering with a provider that will renovate them, run them for a period of time, and bring them back to the college? That is a proposal that I've been contemplating, because I can see there's no time, not in any time soon, can one get the funding to can renovate those campuses from college or the department itself. That is my proposal, Chairperson.
Thank you. Noted. Absolutely important. I'm glad that I finally put a face to the name. We do talk about you in the private sector, but I hadn't met you. Thank you very much.
This hand has been uploaded.
All right, so I think, brother, let's give you 2 minutes as well, and then we come back this side.
No, thank you very much.
Tshepo Ngobo, factotum at Western TVET College. 2-3 issues from my side. The issue of accommodation, number one. We really need accommodation. There is a challenge, though, with student accommodation, where you find that colleges with student accommodation, NSFAS students choose not to use this accommodation because they stand to get more money if they are using private accommodation. So you find beds that are there, but they are not occupied. So the proposal, it would be, specifically to the department that let all your first year students be it compulsory for them to stay in the student accommodation because they are still coming from school, they are not familiar with that. The second proposal that I want to bring, it also touches on what Mr. Nonkonyela raised there. With the CIEG projects that we did get money as colleges for infrastructure, but the spending of that money, it's not going as it's supposed to be. And this talks to the capacity within the institution. What is the possibility of NAVB and other progressive structures within the built industry to provide capacity for colleges? Capacity that I'm thinking of, it is almost what we got when SAICA was first introduced to colleges, where we found that the finance section of colleges are not doing that well, where we could get project managers who are in the built industry, who understands what needs to happen, who can then be able to assist in spending this money. Because, I mean, if he was going to give us figures, you will be shocked about the money that is there for specifically CIEG, but it is not spent. And then maybe just quickly also the issue of green, colleges. As we will be building, as we will be moving forward, let us also look at the issue of greening of our colleges. Lastly, let us not do what we did, which I think it was a mistake with CIEG, because colleges are not at the same level. You find one college, the infrastructure is very good, but because you have this 100 million, you then decide to give everybody 2 million because there are 50 colleges and expect that at the end of the day, they will be at the same level. It's not going to be. Let us look at the need and distribute this money based on the need and not distribute it based on a mathematical calculation of 100 divided by 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've made very critical points. I won't respond to them, but I noted them very seriously. Okay, let's start with the lady here in front, here.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Nola Zigasa. I'm also from the Department of Higher Education. I'll try to be very brief. We appreciate the opportunity to engage with industry. As the Minister indicated in the morning, it's very important for us to invest in strategic partnerships with industry in line with the envisioning of a much improved role of the TVET sector, which is very critical for growing the economy going forward. What I would like to highlight, which is very critical for us as a DHET, is this very unfortunate performance of infrastructure, which my colleague has highlighted. We are seeking a very critical engagement with yourselves as industry, because as Zweli indicated earlier on, we have invested in infrastructure, not to the level that we desire. We seek to grow this and ensure that our TVET colleges spend at the level that we require. But what we concerned about is the extent to which we can strengthen partnerships with the private sector. Because as you have realized through the Minister's budget votes and statements that he has made in public, is that we, over the MTF or and investments in infrastructure. Let's just say as an example, in the TVET sector, there is growth, but not the desired level that we want. So number one is that. But number two, NSFAS also invests. What we are looking for are partnerships with yourselves as industry. We are looking forward to that, colleagues. Number one, for the extent to which that can ensure that TVET colleges are an enabler for students to be in a safe space so that they can be taught and learn, and we realize the outcome that we want. We skill the nation for meaningful participation. Number two, that the colleges are safe. So really, this is very important to us. And then number three is what we're going to discuss tomorrow, that we realize we minimize the extent to which there's this high reporting of gender-based violence and femicide. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Oh, thank you very much. If colleagues, I was not facilitating this session, I think what you said is fundamental, because if infrastructure is to be done for these reasons that you are alluding to, and if we are to partner for these reasons, I think there'll be a lot of partnerships that will come forth. Because if our kids are not in safe spaces for them to learn and be able to get the results, and secondly, if our very campuses are not safe spaces because of the standard of the infrastructure, and particularly if we cannot deal with this gender-based violence because, again, of the state of infrastructure. And I think these are critical things. I think these are some of the key pillars that we will look at as private sector. Yes, we go to the lady at the back, and then who will be the last? Oh, then Miss here. You're the two. Yes, thank you. My brother, I'm prioritizing ladies.
Thank you, Program Director. I'll be very short and succinct also. I am Nomso Ghana, and I'm from the private sector, mostly in ICT, but also a researcher at University of Pretoria, and I'm just conducting a research currently looking at the landscape of the private sector in absorbing TVET students from the technical mostly, and also looking how we can reshape the curriculum to really transform them to what the industry demands. So the industry's landscape has currently changed from what we know, before 2020. Right now, the demand for, your digital skills is so high to the fact that there is such a bridge between certain students that are coming from different TVET colleges, I would say that are more structurally, supported, and also TVET colleges that are in rural areas. So there's that gap that is currently growing. So I do support the action items of looking at, one of the things we've seen in the preliminary study is there should be 4 pillars that would change that whole, facade of how TVET colleges must partner with the private industry. Number one, there should be governance where there are, besides the councils, there are task teams that can look at how private sector is changing constantly. And secondly, the implementation of triple Ps. So TVET colleges need to act at some point like they are a company and they are a recruiting company that is recruiting private sector to their own ecosystem. And that would need triple Ps to be implemented. And number 4, it will be, I highly recommend this one, research and development. I know TVET colleges are not sort of prone to look at R&D, but nowadays in this modern era that we are in, research and development is so critical so that you have an ear of what is happening outside. And lastly, it would be, looking at funding that I would call, progressive funding. So that's the type of funding that does not come from government, but comes through your interaction as TVET colleges and the private sector on how you can actually groom the pool of students, graduates that need to be so prepared for the industry, because the standards of the industry right now have gone so high, and it is really impossible to really put all TVET colleges in one level and say that all of you are producing the quality students that is required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Iago, there are two ladies in front. Colleagues, I want to wrap up so we can get prepared. May I request that before the colleagues from DHET, I would really want 1 minute with you once we're done. I think the suggestions you are making are absolutely critical for us in the private sector.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Pumeza Mbonzi from the Eastern Cape Regional Office. I would just like to propose that there are platforms that are created by the provinces, like for an example, whereby it combines the TVET and the private sector. For instance, we've got the Provincial Skills Development Forum that is there, and it is led by the Office of the Premier. And above all, there is an HRD Council, provincial one, that are feeding the national one. And also that one is chaired by the MEC for Department of Basic Education. So I think that needs to be looked at by private companies to be actively involved in those ones, because they are going to get the strategic level of the thinking of the colleges. And they can make an impact, because it is going to be recognized by the Premier's office and then taken ultimately to the Premier. So I think it's very important, and more especially the presidents of the bodies that are there, like yourself, for an example, you can participate and make a very important impact in that space, because also the VCs of the universities are participating in that, and the CEOs of the companies and the principals, those are the ones that are sitting in the HRD Council. So I think the presidents of the bodies, then they can sit in that one, and then other people that are affiliating in your body, then they can participate in the Provincial Skills Development Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I agree. I saw Premier Mabuyan at some stage launching something with the sitters, and we were sitting in the Eastern Cape as private sector at that time, in East London in particular, and we raised exactly the same question to say we wonder what that engagement is all about. But let's talk immediately after this. Yes, Ms.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have actually indicated, but my plea to industry, especially in terms of supporting our students from the TVETs. And I'm talking from a measurement point of view. We've got many of our students that have completed N4, N5, and 6, and they just lack the relevant experience to be afforded certificates, to get their diplomas. So with the industry that is in here, our plea would be, over and above what the colleagues have raised, is that we need to really make sure, especially from the construction sector that we spoke about with the colleague here, that when we have our students that are released or are placed in the construction environment, let us ensure that they are not only, relegated to just being dagger boys. And if we can look into that, because if we are to certify, and the colleague from industry there that was talking about the exposure beyond the relevant certificate versus the competency demonstration. That is very, very key. We've got, I don't want to shock you with the numbers, the number of rejections that are frustrating these colleagues from the colleges, from the 50 colleges, from the 268 campuses. The number of rejections that we are providing to them,
in terms of students who have been irrelevantly placed are shocking, are actually very shocking. And I had a chat, I happen to have a family member who's working in public works, that I said, what is your role there at public works? That you are not actually negotiating in your relevant structures and platforms, where you set up an M&E, where you're going to be monitoring that all these placements that you are actually doing with our TVETs, you monitor that our students are exposed to the relevant expertise that we are expecting from them. So that is just one drop in the ocean that I wanted to say. The second issue, with the last one, the issue from your side of checking with other government departments that are relevant, that are providing some of the funding for infrastructure. And if a college, for instance, is offering agriculture, and there is a Department of Agriculture grant that deals with funding, to set up some of the infrastructure that could actually assist our colleges, what are the linkages that you're looking at with other government departments that you should have, at least speak from one pool, and raising it to other intergovernmental partnerships, that we do not fund, as my colleagues have indicated, you fund that the funding is going to different colleges, whereas there is a common niche program.
Point taken, very important. There's a lady at the back, and then the gentleman from Vembe will be the last one, and then we close. Let's give both of them 2 minutes each, so we have the next 5 minutes and we close. The 1 minute is for us to wrap up.
Good evening, colleagues. My name is Basanis Tole. I'm from the construction sector. I'm based here in the Western Cape. So my contribution, I'll be very brief as well. I've been very fortunate to have been in the industry for over 8 years now. I've once attended a summit like this, and this agenda item was discussed there. What I'm picking up is that we are all talks, no action. We sit and talk and do nothing about it. So my suggestion, my boss and I had a conversation earlier, and it stems from that maybe some kind of a directive from DHET, budget made available to the SETAs. They must at least adopt 1 or 2 of these TVETs, make a partnership, a commitment that they're going to develop this TVETs, create workplaces for their sector. For example, I feel that as SETAs, we fund these learners, and we get to a point where they must go to workplaces. There's no workplaces. Our investment, there's no return for our investment. But if we can partner with TVETs, develop them infrastructurally, if there is a word like that, which will then assist in terms of work placements. We'll know that we'll fund learners, take them through and exit them through the system instead of them left hanging because there's no workplaces. And if this can be made as a directive and as a target for the SETAs, we're definitely going to act on it, because if you know you're going to be measured on it, you have to do something about it. And in our next summit, we will then reap the result instead of discussing the same issue over and again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Noted. Vembe, you have the 1.5 minutes and then we close.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to maybe let me end by asking a question. Can't we incentivize the industry to encourage them to invest in TVET colleges? Like, for example, let's say we make a call that a partner can come and build a hostel for the students. For the next 4 years, the proceed will go to that partner. After that, then they will hand over the infrastructure to the college. Maybe if we can put incentives for industry to invest, that can also assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's what public-private partnerships model are all about.
Before you conclude, I just want to maybe add 1, 2 points, so that we can just balance the conversation. Colleagues, we also, on the SETAs side, I'm sure all the SETAs have got a program of developing skill centers. I'm saying this, that is also infrastructure development, state of the art. I know from where I come from, they're quite sophisticated. It's one opportunity we must be looking at. But I must say one of the biggest challenges though, we struggle to get the marriage working there because we normally build that skill center. It's for the community, but the directive from DHET is that the ownership must be that of government, meaning that TVETs must own. But I think we spoke about governance issues. With those governance issues, we find that there's a bit of resistance. So I think that's one opportunity we've got. It is already working. But secondly, Chair, I wanted to also say that SETAs as well do have inter-partnerships, if I can use that word, meaning that we partner amongst ourselves. I'm looking at the opportunity of research that we're talking about. It is an opportunity that, because when we talk about TVET, we're not just looking at one department, we're looking at all SETAs have an interest there. So we could be able, there's an opportunity then for inter-SETAs contributing for research so that we are relevant all the time. All of us do research. So I think I just wanted to add that. But as well, when we talk about all those committees and wherever we meet, all SETAs are represented in the provinces as well. I just think I'm encouraging that add up as well. Thanks, Geshe.
No, thank you very much. Just the last word from me. I really thank you, colleagues, for the contributions you have made. Again, I think the number of things you've said are mind-boggling, and there's a lot that I think in the partnership, in the marriage, we must all talk about. So to SETAs, to DHET, to TVET colleges, to fellow private sector practitioners, this has been a very fruitful engagement. Now for tomorrow, what we will do is we will study this with my colleague in the evening. That's why I wanted to see the DHET team for a minute as well. Try and consolidate a report and resolutions that we can table tomorrow and report back to the broader summit. Lastly, I did indicate to Mr. Sabelo Buthelezi during the day, we've been as a federation here in the Western Cape. We have openings with our employers. Are we looking for welders, as an example, 30 welders here in the Western Cape? We're looking for bricklayers here in the Western Cape, 25 of them. So our members are calling for the TVETs and the SETAs to indicate where they need to place learners. But I'm saying the appetite from our members is there. Colleagues from the Eastern Cape, I'm very excited. I'm headed that way tomorrow. We're spending quite a lot of time. One of the things we're doing in the Eastern Cape, by the way, as private sector, is we are shooting a lot of movies in the province. And we have 3 movies starting from the 29th that we're shooting in the Eastern Cape. And that's a very important opportunity. One of the things we're doing with those movies, we're taking all the actors on those movies into communities to talk about gender-based violence. Because it makes a big difference when a young school girl can see someone they normally see on TV or in a movie, and they see them in their school in a town like Adelaide where drugs are a major issue, or in Beaufort West, or in Fort Beaufort, or in areas like Ngusha and others. So we're taking actors there to engage with young people on this gender-based violence issue. On that note, thank you very much. It's been a fruitful one. We will put the report together and report tomorrow. We look forward to the gala dinner later. Thank you very much. May I see the colleagues from DHET? And if you need my business card, I'm available.